and what the standard city employee is held to. And that was all done with the stakeholders group. All the employee groups weighed in on that, and then those are the elements that are really going to bring us where we need to be.
Expressing his gratitude to the entire fire department, District 10 Councilmember Herb Wesson says he is pleased with the appointment and he welcomes Mr. Berry as a new permanent chief engineer of the Los Angeles Fire Department.
What I want to say first is how proud I am of the department's ability to do their job. This is, in my opinion, where it relates to firefighting, where it relates to outreaching to the community, the best fire department in the nation. And I recognize that there are problems and huge challenges that you have to face. Based on the relationship that you have with the upper brass and with the rank and file, I'm optimistic that you will make the changes that we on this council want and need to see to help elevate the comfort level of the rank and file and the citizens of Los Angeles. Now, I have always believed that this country that we live in is the greatest country on the planet. But let us be honest. We have flaws and we need to make changes. Chief Parks referenced the historic significance of your appointment, and that is a bigger thing than I think people have referenced today. I hope I live long enough so that I can see the day when people are judged by their deeds and their actions and not by the color of their skin. And the only way we will get to that point is when you have people of color and you have women in positions of power and you guys do the job and you do it good. So I'm very pleased with this appointment. I'm very proud of you, but more importantly, we are sending a message, a symbol you will become that anything is possible if you work hard and if you dare to dream. Nothing is impossible. So welcome aboard, Chief. I'm excited about this opportunity to serve with you.
Thank you, Mr. Wesson. That concludes the council members. Mr. Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Our new fire chief, Chief Berry. Congratulations.
President, Mr. President, can we take a group shot?
Group photo in the center, group photo.
Shortly after the vote, Chief Berry was officially sworn into office by the mayor at a ceremony outside of City Hall. We congratulate the 32-year veteran of the fire department in his new position as permanent fire chief. You can listen to City Council meetings as well as committee and commission meetings on the telephone by simply using the City's council phone system. In the downtown area, dial 213-621-CITY. In West Los Angeles, dial 310-471-CITY. For the San Pedro area, dial 310-547-CITY. And in the San Fernando Valley, dial 818-904-9450. Just follow the recorded instructions for the meetings you want to hear. And remember, you can watch all Los Angeles City Council meetings live in their entirety on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays beginning at 10 a.m. On Sundays, you can watch the replay of all the week's meetings beginning at 10 a.m. That concludes our program for the week ending September 21st, 2007. On behalf of Jack Popejoy and everyone here at Channel 35, I'm Rasha Goal. Thank you for watching, and please join us for the next Council Week in Review.
I'm Los Angeles Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa, and September is Latino Heritage Month. This month, we continue to honor our rich and diverse past and highlight the work of local artists who keep Latino traditions alive and vibrant in our communities. Los Angeles truly is where the world comes together, and I encourage you to explore the many facets of Latino culture by taking part in this month's festivities and visiting your neighborhood arts and cultural centers. For a listing of all the events, exhibits, fairs, and festivals, visit our website, latino.lacity.org.
So they will have to take two, 'cause I've got trouble, holding this man of mine. It seems there's always trouble.
Our great city of Los Angeles has a rich and vibrant history, and the Los Angeles City Historical Society makes this history come alive with lectures and special events. Hello, I'm Councilmember Tom LaBonge in the 4th Council District, and I'm a member of the LA City Historical Society, and you can be too. To learn more, visit our website at lacityhistory.org or phone us at 213-891-4600. And I thank you, and let's continue to enjoy and love Los Angeles.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Very good morning, Los Angeles, and welcome to the City Council meeting for Tuesday, September 25th, 2007. We are here in Council Chambers, John Farrar Memorial Council Chambers, room 340 of City Hall, where we meet every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. We welcome our viewers on Channel 35 through the city's cable system, and also where we are rebroadcast in the evening. We're also available online through our city's homepage at lacity.org, where we have live streaming video casts of our meetings, and we also have the availability of video on demand for any of our past council meetings that are archived there at lacity.org. It's a great place to go for information about city departments, your elected officials, and ways to improve your quality of life here in Los Angeles. Finally, you can listen in on our council meetings or any of our committee meetings by calling 213-621-CITY. That's council phone, a service of our Information Technology Agency, at, again, 213-621-CITY. I'm Council President Eric Garcetti, joined by Council Members Wendy Gruhl, Jose Huizar, Tom Labange, Bernard Parks, Ed Reyes, Bill Rosendahl, Jack Weiss, Herb Wesson, and Dennis Zine. We are going to be following the agendas, which are made available also online at lacity.org, or here in person at the city clerk's office, or the day of the council meeting, we have them in chambers. We also have the capacity in Van Nuys City Hall, if you'd like to watch our council meetings there. Members of the public can testify either in Van Nuys or here downtown in Los Angeles. On the agenda for items which have not yet received a public hearing, we invite you to fill out a public speaker card in the back. If you hand that to one of the sergeants at arms, we will make sure that those comments are heard. And if you have general public comments on items that aren't on the agenda, but are nevertheless under our jurisdiction, please fill out a speaker card as well, and we'll be sure to hear that. So with that, Mr. Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruhl, Hahn, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wise, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
First order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Wesson moves. Mr. Parks seconds. That is approved.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Labange moves, and Mr. Huizar seconds. And without objection, those two will be approved.
Mr. President, this is Tuesday, and there's a flag salute agenda for today.
All right. I know we'll be hearing from her, but Altagracia Perez, the Right Reverend, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today? We're not trying to mix church and state there, but if you come up to the podium right there. And if I could have everybody in council chambers to please rise for a salute to the flag.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Next order of business, please.
Mr. President, do you wish to take public comment at this time?
Let's run through the agenda first.
On the regular agenda, items 1 through 8 are street lighting district items, notice for public hearing, and these are ordinances. Do you wish to wait for 12?
Yes, let's hold those on the desk till we have 12 members, please. Next items.
Items 9 through 18 are street lighting district items, notice for public hearing. Recommendation for council action is to continue the hearing and ordinances to October 9th.
Okay, is there any objection on those items to continuing the ordinances and public hearings till the 9th of October? Seeing none, those will be continued. Next item, please.
Item 19 is a special presentation by the Neighborhood Council Review Commission. Do you wish to hold that on the desk?
Yes, please. We will hold that on the desk, and we'll be hearing from our commission and our commissioners shortly. Next item, please.
Items 20 through 26 are items for which public hearings have been held. Item 20 is confirmation of a commissioner. Do you wish to hold that on the desk?
Yes, please. Let's hold the commissioner on the desk. That leaves 21 through 26, colleagues. Any specials? 21 through 26. Going once. Going twice. Sorry, we've had public hearings on those items, so this is for the council members to call special items number 21 through 26. We do not, if you'd like to reopen public hearing, we can, but let me check if we have cards. We have cards on 25. So you'd like to call that special, Mr. Smith?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll call 25 special. Any other specials from the council? If not, please, we'll run through the agenda first, Mr. Labange, then I'll be sure to call on you.
Oh, yeah.
Please open the roll on the balance. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items, please.
Items 27 through 49 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration. Item 27 is also a commission reappointment. Do you wish to hold that on the desk?
Yes, please. Let's hold that on the desk. And we have a speaker card on item 40, so we'll call that special for cards from the public. I do not have any other speaker cards on these items, so we will open and close the public hearings. 27? We'll call 47 special for Mr. Cardenas. I'll do that. Any other specials, colleagues? This is items 27 through 49. Specials? Any specials, colleagues, 27 through 49? If not, let's go ahead and take the balance, Madam Clerk. Please prepare. Well, let's hold the order. We have 12 members, so go ahead and open the roll on those, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. If we can take up items 1 through 8 now that we have 12 members as well. Anybody wish to call those special street lighting ordinances? If not, let's go ahead on 1 through 8, and please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. Next item, please.
On the supplemental agenda, item 50 is an item for which public hearing has been held. This is confirmation of a commissioner. Do you wish to hold that on the desk?
Yes, please. Let's hold the commissioner on the desk. Item number 50. Next.
Items 51 through 53 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay. Item 51, colleagues, which I know of a concern to many people. The paperwork is not ready today, so we're continuing that 1 week on the Pierce matter. So that will be continued 1 week without objection. 53 special, I will call. Mr. Zine, 52. That finishes out those items. Okay. Let's go to public comments now. And before that, I want to call Mr. Labange for an introduction. And
very much, Mr. President, members of council. Today we have an honored delegation from our sister city of Guangzhou, China. We have several members of their government who are here with us, over 25 members. They're led by our very own Jeffrey Chung, chairman of the Los Angeles Guangzhou sister city. They're in various parts of the municipal government, from finance to public works to parks and recreation. I'd like you to all stand and be welcomed by the Los Angeles City Council. Xie
Xie. We also have one other introduction. I'd like to introduce the Venerable Bobyun Sunim, who is a monk who is visiting us here from the Good Friends and Peace Foundation in Korea, a very notable member of Buddhist delegation that is here as well, and we want to welcome them and thank them for their efforts on peace in the Korean Peninsula, and thank you very much for being here in our City Council. Mr. Reyes.
Mr. President, I just wanted to rise and also welcome our visitors from both Guangzhou and Korea. In my district, we have a large percentage of Koreatown, and Chinatown is in the heart of my district, so thank you so much for visiting us. Hopefully get an opportunity to visit our districts and visit these great locations where many of the compatriots and folks from your countries are living here and contributing to this economy, to this great city. So welcome to Los Angeles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reyes. We'll now turn to general public comment, which is again for items not on the agenda, but nevertheless under our jurisdiction. And our first speaker is out in Van Nuys. Donna Pearman, good morning and welcome to the City Council.
Hello, Mr. Garcetti and the City Council. Your tie looks nice. I see that the City Council loves to spend our money. The latest being, Councilman Mr. Garcetti meeting with the lawyers so the firefighters can get $1.43 million for a practical joke done on him. No harm was done to him except embarrassment and some humiliation. He was not physically or emotionally damaged. Of course, the firefighters should get some punishment for overstepping the bounds, but the firefighter in question doesn't need monetary compensation unless we take it from the perpetrators who should be punished. He himself had played practical jokes on others. This has got to stop. It's got out of hand. I don't feel Councilman Garcetti or the City Council helped in any way. You can't always solve problems with money. I feel No matter what the victim looks like, this is not solving the problem. It compounds it, makes it the city pay for other people's mistakes. The city was considered guilty and could not prove innocence. The city wants firefighters to have that money. They can spend another $171,648 salary. The city can't afford to pay for every person who feels he or she is wrong. This is not magic money coming out of blue, hurting no one. We can't afford to give our city employees and teachers a fair wage, but the city can give away large amounts of money because they don't want real solutions. The real serious issues don't get solved. You could have spent that money to help homelessness, our schools, Van Nuys libraries, and other issues important to Angelenos. Our city spent down some of its deficit. Please, City Council, don't help us in that way again. All you did was sweep problems under the rug and cost the city money. Nothing was solved. We don't need to have lawsuits like this. Doesn't solve anything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is here in Council Chambers. Sheila Bernard will be our first speaker, and then David Ewing. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President. We have myself and then David Ewing and then Rick Tuttle and then John Murdoch all on the same subject. We come today with good news for the tenants of Lincoln Place and for all the residents of Los Angeles as well. Consistent with the position we expressed to you in our attorney's letter in May of 2006, the Court of Appeals has ordered that it is incumbent on the city to enforce tract map conditions before final maps are recorded. Just to be sure that you fully comprehend the significance of this decision, we are providing each of you and your planning deputies with a packet today. Looks like this, trick-or-treat colors. It contains the decision itself and also news reports on the decision. We know that you will find it a compelling read. To realize the full benefit of this decision, we will need your help in directing the LA Housing Department, the Department of Building and Safety, and yes, even the City Attorney's Office, to require that Aimco remedy the severe injustice that was wrongfully inflicted on these tenants, many of them children, senior and disabled tenants on fixed incomes, and low and moderate income members of the workforce. Assuming that you instruct your attorney to accept this decision as final, we may put aside our differences for now and work with you to see that these residents' tenancies at Lincoln Place are reinstated in accordance with the law. If Aimco refuses to comply, we will expect you to direct your city attorney to stand with us, not against us, if we have to sue again for compliance. Your city attorney argued in court that you had no duty to enforce the conditions, but the court most emphatically rejected that argument and scolded the city for its position. Now all the ambiguities and conflicts of the Ellis Act have been swept away by this crystal clear opinion that we are distributing to you today. You will undoubtedly remember that there are 30 seconds.
I'm sorry, we're going to have to ask you to conclude. We try to be as fair as possible. That's why we have the clock there to help people budget their time. But if you can just finish that sentence.
Latham and Watkins sued each of you for millions and millions of dollars, threatened you with a lawsuit like that. We are not threatening the same. We just want to work closely with you to see that the law is followed.
Thank you. Appreciate it very much, Sheila. David Ewing is our next speaker. After that is Rick Tuttle.
Hello, Council people. My comments will be brief. I'd like to ask for your attention, please, on this. This is a hugely important matter that has finally been resolved in court, and it behooves everybody to pay attention here. I'm here as a resident of Venice, as a part of the Venice community. This matter between Aimco and Lincoln Place and the city has not just been a matter of developers against tenants. This has been a matter of the community defending itself, and the Venice community and the neighborhood council there, through several permutations, has been absolutely stalwart and unwavering in support of the tenants, because we know that the support of the tenants is the support of the community. And the court said in this opinion that that the community does need to be defended. It's been a strange situation here where I know the council has tried to help and support the tenants and defend the tenants. They've been given bad advice by the city attorney. The city attorney has essentially decided that the city needs to be protected from its citizens in this case, and we're glad to see that the court is directing the city attorney and the city council to protect the tenants as the law provides. There's absolute clarity in this opinion as to the city's responsibility and ability to protect the tenants in this situation. So I'd particularly like to thank Bill Rosendahl, who has stood often alone on this issue, as in so many others, with his community.
Thank you.
And that's it. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments today. Rick Tuttle, the Honorable Rick Tuttle. Nice to have you in chambers always, sir.
Good to see you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start by joining with Sheila and David Ewing and congratulating Bill Rosendahl. We both started out in partisan politics in Robert F. Kennedy's campaign, and I think Robert F. Kennedy would have been with us in this fight, and somewhere up there, he's awfully proud of us. It's David and Goliath. It's not over. David and Goliath. David won a strategic victory. Let me tell you what's successful being. They're enjoying the 13 households from being evicted. Awful lot of other people at various stages. We don't need to get into the exact legalities of it. Either were forced out. By the way, on the force out, those of you who are Ray Sonnenschein is probably in the room somewhere, the great scholar and historian of Los Angeles. This was the biggest eviction since Chavez Ravine. The biggest eviction. We had our brave men and women of our sheriff's department, who I'm sure would have rather doing just about anything else, having to go knock on doors, pound on doors, and get people out of there. This was not a great moment. The remedy for the city, the remedy, and I think it's useful to think of success for a minute. Can you imagine the party we're going to have if we can all work together and successfully bring back, for those who wish, bring back to the apartments those who were forced out or left under the color of the threat? If we can do that, that's one of those, working together, that'll be one of those items about which we can all feel we made our mark during our watch. It's good to see you all. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to yield now for his time and Mr. John Murdoch, who's attorney here on this matter. I think he's on the card number 4.
Mr. Murdoch?
Thank you.
John Murdoch is our next speaker. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the council. My name is John Murdoch. I would like to just take this opportunity to commend Councilman Bill Rosendahl in particular. I have 2 newspaper articles that I'd like to refer to. One was issued after the May 31st, 2006 hearing when we were before you asking you to stop the evictions. Councilman Rosendahl tried to help and tried to stop those evictions, and he was unsuccessful. Councilman Rosendahl was kind of the new kid on the block. We all recognize that it takes some time to get the kind of clout that you need on this council to garner the votes. He didn't quite have it at that time. You listened to your city attorney. You didn't stop the evictions, even though the law required it. And now the Court of Appeals has chastised you for that. Councilman Rosendahl is not included in that chastisement. The second article I just want to refer to is the article in Saturday's LA Times on this firefighter settlement. And I will join that first speaker on the video prompter in saying that this is an outrageous payment to a 6'5" healthy fireman who is 51 years old and will retire with a full pension and $1.5 million. And you had to pay outside counsel $1.3 million for 10 months of doing nothing, in my view. And Rosendahl, again, Councilman Rosendahl voted against that. I think this man has the basic instincts to be a great council person. And I hope that you pay more attention to his votes and his remarks in the future. And when it comes time to deal with the tenants who are wrongfully evicted, I want you to consider the difference between being evicted and the difference between eating a bowl of spaghetti with dog food in it for $1.5 million. Thank you.
Mary Benson is our next speaker. After that will be Michael Hunt.
Good morning, President Garcetti and council members. I'm here for a brief word to remind the council that 2008 will be the 40th anniversary of the citywide hiking and equestrian trails master plan. In all that 40 years, the master plan has yet to be updated. A lot of things have happened, and a lot of money is available to this city that it has never availed itself from. $63 million and an 84% match from the State Parks Department. Every mile of trail that is in a 20-foot easement qualifies as parkland, and every 263 feet adds another acre of park to our park-poor neighborhoods here in the city of Los Angeles. I'd urge every one of the council members, please, to consider urging the Planning Department to update our 40-year-old hiking and equestrian trails master plan for the health, fitness, and benefit of the citizens of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I know our newest equestrian zoned district in the city is coming forward from Atwater Village. It's winding its way through, and thank you for your good support there. Michael Hunt is our next speaker. After that will be Matt Dowd. Good morning.
Welcome to Channel 35 Outlaws. The 1.5 wasn't enough. You should have paid him $2.7 million. Injustice is an injustice, whether you eat dog food or whether you eat anything. I challenge you guys. You have another bill with me up in that range, the 2-point range, but I can prove my injustices, and I can prove it on a very great basis, and I have professionals backing me up with this one. Actually, the city should have saved 100 or 150,000 with the 2.7, what he originally asked for, and instead of paying 2.8, you guys could have paid him 2.7 and saved yourself $100,000, which you guys could have did some dog and pony shows with. Nevertheless, I'll let you guys figure that out. And like I said, I want to challenge you guys to my bill, which you guys should be receiving, that Bill Rosenthal should have for you guys. And it's very valid. Stop doing injustices. If you know something's wrong, correct it and fix it. Don't be a part of it. You know, if you know it's an injustice and you know your city attorney has lied to you more than two or three times, please follow your heart and be correct. Just like Louisiana, the injustices that happen here happens there and happens all around across the United States to African Americans. So an injustice to us is something a little bit different to you guys. So just practice what you preach and pay our bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matt Dowd. After that is Noel Weiss. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, City Council. I want to commend Mr. Rosendahl as well. I know he is the new kid on the block, but the attorney said it best. You took advice from the city attorney. That was the problem. But we're the real David and Goliath. I'm sorry, you guys. I got to take it away. We're the David and Goliath because we didn't even have an attorney, and we won. And we won. There's no question. You're waiting for that slam dunk from the judge. But he's already written it. It's all the law cannot be changed on one man's opinion either way. That law goes all the way to the Supreme Court in our case. This Lincoln Place thing, you can find out all about that on ZoomerTimes.com. I know he's covered that. He covers a lot of stuff. I want to give a shout out to Zoomer Dog. 18 months we've been coming here. That's how real the violations are. We're not shutting up. We're not going away. We are the next Tenny Pierce, but we're the real one now. And the retaliation already started. It's continuing. I already lost one motor vehicle. I reported it stolen to LAPD. And then they ended up towing it and ignoring the stolen report and saying, no, we don't have a report. Come and pay $1,000 to pick it up. And we went through a dog and pony show over that one, and now it started again. I got a new car. I bought it from the police impound, and then 5 weeks later they come and put a boot on it. There's a boot on my car now. 5 weeks I've had it from the police impound. That's why I'm here downtown, to yell at you, because it's Matt Dowd they did it to, but it could have been a little old lady, or it could have been a mother with 3 kids, and these mistakes shouldn't be happening. And I've got 3 kids, and I know Wendy Gruhl, you know what I'm talking about. I've had enough. So I'll tone it down for my last 2 seconds. Matt Dowd, Channel 35, thank you.
Noel Weiss is our next speaker, and then Susie Meekins. Good morning.
Council members, good morning. I think that the congratulations, apart from Bill Rosendahl on the Lincoln Place situation, should also go to those council members who had the courage to stand up for the tenants, namely Janice Hahn, Tom LaBonge, Jose Huizar, and Tony Cardenas. Those were people, for the record, that did stand up for the tenants. Now, there were others like Wendy Gruhl and Mr. Smith and Mr. Reyes who supported initially the motion. However, they turned around because the city attorney told them that there was nothing that we could do. Now, I know Mr. Weiss, who's running for city attorney himself, I believe I would like to see a position that he would take on this. Ms. Gruhl, I would ask that she now change her position in light of the fact that she likes to see the rules be followed, and the rules are now clear. I think it's appropriate for Bill Rosendahl to introduce a motion, again, directing the planning department to hold a hearing in order to enforce these tenant mitigation conditions. Now, number 2, I'm just wondering if in general the council as a whole has lost its will to fight. Have you people, and obviously you care, but the question is, do you care enough? Now, I'm not sure what it is and what the rationale or reason is, but maybe there's a certain fear of intimacy of ideas. The last time we even heard a discussion about housing policy, what the housing policy should be, was from Mr. Huizar in the context of the tenant relocation debate. No discussion. I don't know what happened to, we're going to have issues and council debates on specific issues, or that we're going to have an ombudsman for public comment. All of a sudden, this stuff gets lost. It's up to the council to step up to the plate here. And specifically, we're talking about the police settlement, Jones Day, their bill. Why was it $1.3 million? 10 months of work. I think it's appropriate that the controller, if they're auditing gang programs, let the controller audit Jones Day. Let the controller sit down and come to a Watts Gang Task Force meeting and look these kids in the eye and tell them why they can't basically have safe passages to these schools, because she's got to sit and do a study when she was in office for all these period of time. Thank you.
Thank you. I know it's come up a couple times. I'll just state for the record, it's still speculative that that bill is $1.3 million, and we will have a final bill coming on that for the record later this week. Susie Meekins is our final speaker for general public comment.
Good morning, President and members of the council. My name is Susan Meekins, and I'm a resident of the Watts neighborhood, which has been going to these Watts Gang Task Force meetings for 20 months. And I would like to know why is Human Relation facilitating meetings to other city employees, nonprofits, and not really the community? We have not had not one community meeting in 20 months. We have not had one community meeting in 20 months. This has been held up in that office, and the community, 99% of the community don't even know about the meetings. So how are you helping the community if they don't know that the meetings are going on? And I will be back with other things about what's not going on in Watts. So I'm just giving you an example of why would you facilitate to other city employees and nonprofit and not the community of Watts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We appreciate everybody's public comments here today. Again, public comment is available outside of each meeting and also through Van Nuys City Hall if that is closer to where you live. If we can return to the agenda and take up the commissioners first, and then we'll turn to our NCRC report after that. But the first commissioner, please.
Item 20 is the appointment of Mr. Antonio Manning to the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority.
Okay, and I'd like to recognize, if you'd like to come forward, Mr. Manning, and recognize the chair of our Housing, Community, and Economic Development Committee, Mr. Wesson, to take up boards.
Mr. President and members, we have before us today a man that was in committee earlier this morning, Antonio Manning. I just want to set the record straight. He did indicate to me that he is not related to Eli or Peyton Manning. He is not part of that family. He has a very good background, solid background, has a strong desire to serve the city of Los Angeles, recognizes that this is going to be one of the greatest challenges in his life. He recognizes the importance of this commission appointment. The committee unanimously has recommended to this full body that he be confirmed. So with that, I'll ask Mr. Manning to speak for a minute about your desire to serve and maybe give some information about your background or what have you.
Good morning to the President and members of the Council. It's been stated, my name is Antonio Manning. Born and raised here in Los Angeles. Currently working for Washington Mutual, managing and overseeing the corporate giving, corporate philanthropy program for the state of California as part of our Community External Affairs Division. I am delighted and excited to hopefully be confirmed as a commissioner for LAHSA. I've worked with LAHSA for a few years. This is very important to me, as I stated earlier in the committee. The issue around homelessness is a very personal issue of mine, as my dad was homeless at one point, and had it not been for the wonderful work of some of the service providers that are still around today, he would likely still be homeless. So I see this as really an opportunity not only to serve the city, but also as an opportunity to give back. Thank you.
Ms. Gruhl is our next speaker, then Mr. Huizar, Mr. Reyes, and Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. And I wanted to stand up in support of Antonio's recommendation to be approved by this Council for LAHSA. We had the pleasure of working on a task force on homelessness, and his commitment of time and energy and now his knowledge about the issue of homelessness is going to be a great asset to LAHSA. We had in Budget Committee yesterday a large discussion about the $1 million and coming out of the unappropriated balance and the connection with the County of Los Angeles. I think we have high hopes for LAHSA and its ability to coordinate and bring people together, but I think we and the Council need to even understand more about what LAHSA does, where the limitations are, what else we need to be able to do, how much money we are contributing, how much the county is contributing, and how the services are distributed. Because one of the questions that was asked yesterday, there's 4 new outreach individuals that are being added to LAHSA that are funded by the county, and the county is saying can only be used in the county parts of it where they choose. Well, last time I looked, we are the largest city in the county of Los Angeles and have the largest homeless population. And so I want to continue to see how we can ensure that LA is getting its fair share, and particularly in the issues of outreach workers, which are critically important in some of these areas that need an individual to really bring them out sometimes out of the bushes, out of the areas, and feel comfortable in the services that are provided to them, and that's very labor intensive. So I just wanted to stand though and say that Antonio Manning is an excellent choice to be on this commission, and someone that I think is going to be a great voice for us and work with us on trying to solve a very serious problem facing the city. So thank you very much for your willingness to serve. It's a lot of hours, and I know you have a very challenging job as well that takes you all over, but you have been able to balance that and to be able to be a committed individual on the issue of homelessness. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Huizar.
Thank you very much, and Mr. Manning, congratulations and thank you for your willingness to serve. I
I've seen you at many community events, and you've been very supportive of the community overall. So I thank you for that. I did want to raise one issue that I've been working on in the Skid Row area. I represent a portion of that through the 14th Council District. And one of the areas that I've been trying to work on there is to provide more opportunities for our young people who live in the area, our young homeless people that sometimes get neglected in our discussions about how we're going to service the Skid Row area. In about a month, we're going to open up Gladys Park back to our young people, allow them to have services provided by Rec and Parks and other service providers in the area. The issue was debatable because some people felt that it would be unsafe given that the adults had taken over the park, drug use was rampant there, and I think we're doing the right thing to provide these kids a place to recreate, a place to grow through the arts and other things that sometimes are not provided through their regular educational programs. So I just want to bring that to your attention, and hopefully in your discussions on LAHSA, we could all continue to ask us or to consider how anything we do in the area affects our young people and their opportunity to have a positive environment for them. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Reyes?
Thank you, Council President. I want to thank Mr. Manning for his service reviewing your resume, and one of the experiences you have in Washington Mutual is to lead a team to develop and spearhead innovative strategies to identify and manage key regional and local relationships. When I look at the effort that's been done to work on Skid Row, one of the fears that I had have been realized, and that now many of the folks are now moving into the neighborhoods surrounding Skid Row. Places like Lincoln Heights and Cypress Park. You see more and more folks in carts in the parking lots. What's very disturbing is along the river, the Arroyo, leading towards Pasadena. From the LA River all the way through Pasadena, it's not uncommon to find encampments, little sheds with people in them. We see them off the freeway, but you can't, excuse me, gentlemen.
Very good.
You have these sheds with people along the riverway. And as I look at this experience you have, when you agreed to join the commission, were you aware of the potential partnerships that could be realized? And if so, how do you think those partnerships can work to address these encampments that are beginning to become very visible along these riverways and in our neighborhoods since the enforcement on Skid Row?
Absolutely, and I think that this one of the excitements that I have is being in the position I am in Washington Mutual, and hopefully be able to utilize some of those resources to create the kinds of partnerships and collaborations that can bring about some change and really move folks off the streets and out of the encampments. Homelessness is an intractable problem, but I do think that a city the size of Los Angeles and with the resources that it has can really bring to bear to really deal effectively with those issues. But it can only happen if we all come together and realize that the only way to deal with that problem is we have to work together and create the kind of collaborations and partnerships to deal with that issue.
See, one of the key partners is the county. The county does manage the actual riverway, but also manages health services. We don't have a health services department, but they do. Have you had any experience working with the county in that regard?
I have some, but certainly not along those lines. Certainly along the lines of the time that I spent chairing the Blue Ribbon Panel, trying to create the 10-year plan to end homelessness for Los Angeles was my initial experience with the county. I've worked directly with some of the staff in the county on issues and with organizations and communities that are dealing with some of the community issues, but not particularly around the health services piece. But I do think that moving forward, we certainly have to create the kind of environment where the city and county can work more closely together to deal with some of the issues that are affecting our communities.
Well, I want to be opportunistic and perhaps have my staff send you directly where we see these homeless encampments along the riverway, and hopefully we can get the attention of the commission to focus on this with the county because it's getting more, and there are long corridors where the kids from Nightingale Middle School cross. Years back, we've had a young girl raped. We've had people beat up from desperate folks who are looking for ways to basically just take advantage of the most vulnerable. So we'll send those hotspots to you, and hopefully we can get a reaction from the Commission and some service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Rosendahl is next.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning.
Good morning.
Tell me, why do you want this position?
Again, this position is important to me. Number one, I see it as an opportunity to give back to the city. That means it's very important to me, being born and raised here. Second, again, as I stated earlier, the homelessness issue I was personally impacted by as my dad was homeless. And again, had it not been for certain service providers, Portals being one, that got my dad off the street, it's likely that he might still be there. So I think clearly this is an opportunity to give back to the city and to an issue and to organizations that really helped me personally.
Let's be personal then. Do you have any understanding of why so many African American men are homeless?
For a variety of reasons. Certainly, I've never met anyone that grew up and said, I want to be homeless one day. I do think that there are a variety of reasons, economics being one, that might lead to folks becoming homeless. And I think that the work that Los and others really should be doing, or at least try to do, or add to the program plate, is to really try to deal with some of the root causes of homelessness.
Could you maybe jump a little further on that issue about the criminal justice system, the war on drugs, the whole fact that 1 out of 3 African American men end up in the criminal justice system? They hit a dead end in school, they hit a dead end in gangs, they hit a dead end when they come home, and they don't have some of the same characteristics of acceptance and moving forward. I mean, there was a story in a newspaper the other day asking that question. When you wrestle it personally with your father, what do we need to do to deal with homelessness?
Again, homelessness, and one of the reasons I think is an economic issue. So I think that we have to be mindful and thoughtful about creating an environment where people have gainful employment. If you don't have employment opportunities, there's no way to be able to sustain living, and so people end up on the streets. And then from that, lots of other things can happen. That's not the only reason, but that's one of the major ones. So I think to the extent that we can, to try to create the kinds of programs and services that really allow people to be empowered about their lives and be in a position to financially make decisions, I think that we'll be well on our way to beginning to address at least one aspect of that.
You know, I'm in the process of creating a comprehensive service center in the 11th District. We have 2,500 homeless and another 2,500 in Santa Monica, and we have it in Venice, and we have it in West LA, and we have it in the canyons, and we have it in the hillsides, and we have it in the wetlands as well as on the beach. And one of the challenges is to walk up to a homeless man and say, I have a bed for you tonight, and he says, I don't want it. There is a challenge, as Steve Lopez has so clearly pointed out. Mental illness, drug and alcohol dependency have left many of these individuals unable to say, yes, I want to come out of the alley, I want to come out of the garbage dump over there, I want to come out of behind the backyard. How do we get people to realize that services do exist, that there are hope and opportunities? How do we make that connection?
I actually think one of the ways you make that connection is to build trust and relationships over time. I think that to the extent that you have outreach workers and others that are out really trying to convince folks that there are services available that they can take advantage of and that they certainly clearly need. But I do think that happens over time. I do think that, oftentimes people, particularly with mental illness, they don't know and perhaps have a distrust of the system. But I do think that to the extent that we can keep folks in front of them, that really begin to make them feel comfortable, build some trust and confidence, really wrap their arms around them, I think that's one way to do it.
Yeah, I look forward to you coming back and telling us about Prop 63, which is monies for mental illness that should go into hiring 1,000 social workers right now that could start relationships with some of the homeless and give them some hope, some trust, some confidence, and bring them into services and success. I believe we have the beginnings with Prop 63 of the strategy that you just outlined. Congratulations. Thank you for stepping to the plate and serving our community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. And our last speaker is Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's time that you're here, since today's Daily News has an article. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but it's interesting reading. Problems remain after crackdown. Skid Row solutions short term. A year after the LAPD flooded Skid Row with dozens of officers to crack down on crime, a study has found that crime in the area plunged 40%, but the city has failed to develop long-term solutions. It talks about the homeless receiving citations, not being able to pay them, going to jail, the revolving door. No one benefits from that. And this is an article I think you should read and the other commissioners should read. It doesn't really show a lot of success, other than the police arresting people. Crime is down, but as far as the social services, the additional beds, they're supposed to be there, they're not there. So all of the effort that's going forward, according to this article, it's not proving productive. So I would just call to your attention this article on the front page that doesn't show a glowing effort by your commission or the other commissions other than what the police are doing. And they illustrate writing citations, people get the citations, they don't pay, they get a warrant, they go to jail. It's not clearing the problem. And then that also mentions it's spreading through other areas surrounding that area of downtown Los Angeles. So there's a lot of work to be done. I know there's a lot of money to be spent, but apparently it's not being spent in the right areas according to this article, and I would draw your attention to that and maybe bring that to the Commission and say, what do we need to identify so we can have some significant impact, so we can save some of these folks that are on this destruction type of life. So I commend you for your energy and enthusiasm to accept this commission, but it's a very challenging situation, and with all the development going downtown, there's really no place for the folks that don't have a job, don't have any place to stay. And as we see more development, we see them moving further and further. But this article illustrates, I think it'll be good reading for you in that commission.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine, and thank you, colleagues. If there's nobody else who wishes to be heard, we'll take the vote on Mr. Manning's nomination. Please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Congratulations, Commissioner. Welcome
Thank
aboard.
you.
Thank you very much. If we can take up 27 on consent, unless anybody wishes to be heard, we'll take up 27 now. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. And if we can take up item 50 next.
Item 50 is the appointment of Ms. Julie Chavez Rodriguez to the Human Relations Commission.
Okay. All right. Is Ms. Chavez here? Would like to come forward? And we want to thank you for offering yourself as well for service. And why don't you tell the council a little bit about your interest in serving on the Human Relations Commission, and we'll see if any members have anything to say as well.
Definitely. Thank you all, and good morning. My name is Julie Chavez Rodriguez, and I'm the Programs Director with the Cesar Chavez Foundation. I've been working with the organization now for 7 years, and a lot of the work that we've been involved in has been, in particular, working with young people to address issues within their community, issues of acceptance, issues of diversity, issues of really coming together and building community. And so I think that my experience over the last 7 years, as well as my work throughout my life, will bring some, I think, strong assets to the commission, and I look forward to working with the various commissioners and the different sectors of our city to ensure that we have healthy, vibrant, and accepting communities.
Thank you. Mr. Alarcon.
Yes, members, as chair of the Education and Neighborhood Council Committee, it gives me great pride to send support from the committee to this nomination. Obviously, Ms. Chavez Rodriguez brings a wealth of history to her ability, and I can tell you that as the director of the Cesar Chavez Foundation also brings resources. I say that because the Human Relations Commission is far too underfunded, and I think we all can agree on that notion. They simply can't take on all the challenges of human relations issues in Los Angeles. So where we can't grow capacity by providing additional fund, then we must look for talent, ability, and demonstrated experience to be able to grow that capacity. And I can't think of a commission nominee who best reflects that need for talent, ability, and life experience. Julie Chavez Rodriguez, of course, is a descendant of one of the greatest Californians, Cesar Chavez. And as his granddaughter and the daughter of the President of the United Farm Workers, brings a long legacy of concern about human relations issues. And I know that she will be a tremendous addition to this commission, and it's a pleasure to recommend her. She also, in her work with the foundation, is already linking up with the Los Angeles Unified School District. And as we know, that is our commitment following the mayor's desire to focus a lot of energy on the educational system in Los Angeles. She is already moving in that direction and has specifically stated that she would like to focus on education in her responsibilities as a Human Relations Commissioner. So with that, it's my pleasure to recommend her and commend her for a young life already well accomplished, and encourage her to work with us as we try to fix the human relations problems of Los Angeles.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alarcon. Any other members wishing to be heard? If not, we'll open the roll on Ms. Chavez Rodriguez's nomination, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Thank you. Congratulations. Round of applause for our new commissioner. If we can take item 53 out of order, please.
Take the picture.
I'd like to recognize our President, Mr. Garcetti, for item 53.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Mr. Huizar and I introduced support for a bill that the legislature in the state has passed, but that is currently on the governor's desk. And Mr. Padilla, our former president and colleague, reached out to us to ask us to pass a resolution in support of this bill, given its urgency. Senate Bill 120 provides basic information to the public, and as Mr. Labange is fond of saying, information is knowledge is power. Right, Ms. Hahn? And this bill basically provides basic information to all of us, the public, empowering consumers to make more informed and healthier food choices when eating out. Essentially, it would give the things that we have on food that we buy in the market, the nutrition information would now go onto some of the menus of our largest restaurant chains so that people know what it is that they're ordering. The American Medical Association, the American Heart Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics have all identified menu labeling as a key strategy to address the obesity epidemic. And this should be right up Governor Schwarzenegger's alley because he has been such a proponent of physical fitness. So it seemed to be a no-brainer. But there is relentless pressure that the governor is facing right now from the fast food industry not to have this here. Now, we've seen some members of the fast food industry do this voluntarily. We've seen McDonald's and other people, if you ask for the nutrition information, they actually have it there for you. This would make sure that it would be right there, essentially on the label, just as it is for our food in the market. We have an obesity epidemic in our state and our nation. 27% of all of our children are obese, one-third of all adults. And this often leads to diabetes. Health experts estimate that more than 1 in 4 children born in the year 2000 on will develop diabetes. Let me say that again. More than 1 in 4 children. And for Latinos and African Americans, those numbers are even higher. People are eating out more today than they were a generation ago. And when fast food industry folks tell you that chain restaurants do not play a role in obesity, don't believe them. The 1,500 McDonald's in California serve 2.2 million meals a day to Californians. In 1994, the FDA recognized that it was important to require nutritional information on packaged food. 80% of Americans say that they use this information. So why one place with food and not another? So people want this information regardless of who they are, where they come from. The bill is carefully written. Small businesses would not be impacted by the bill. It applies to restaurant chains with 15 locations or more with the same name and the same menu. So these are big, standardized chains, as to not punish small
businesses and to try to figure out a way that some of the scale can be best applied. The labeling requirements only apply to standard menu items, not to special orders, and menu boards would only be required to list calories. The bill would not increase liability for restaurants, and it does not ban anything. It does not in any way restrict what a restaurant can serve, what ingredients can be included, or how these ingredients are prepared, or what a consumer can purchase. It simply gives us that knowledge and that information to make sure that we can empower ourselves to make the right choice. So I ask you with Mr. Huizar to join me in supporting this and supporting our colleague, Mr. Padilla, our former colleague, and convincing the governor to do the right thing and make this law in California. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. We have not had a public hearing. We have speaker cards on this item. Mr. Reyes, you want to go ahead? Thank you very much. I'd like to ask Dr. William McCarthy, followed by Robert Dowen, I believe. Freni, I'm sorry, I pronounced the last name, Bahaiva Moody, followed by Rosa Soto, and followed by Stephen Gallegos. Please.
President Garcetti, council members, thank you for hearing us. My name is William McCarthy. I'm a volunteer at the American Cancer Society and a nutrition researcher long funded by the National Institutes on Health. On behalf of the American Cancer Society California Division, I want to urge the Council to support Council Member Garcetti's motion to encourage the Governor to sign SB 120 into law. The American Cancer Society has co-sponsored this legislation because it recognizes that obesity, nutrition, and physical inactivity contribute mightily to avoidable cancers, in fact, almost as many cancers as are attributed to tobacco use. We view this as a cost-effective way to enable the public to reduce their cancer risk. Consumers currently get more information about the type of gas they put into their cars than they get information about the food that they're putting into their bodies when they eat out. We think that it's past time to make limited, timely, potentially life-saving information available to consumers when they eat out. We urge your support for SB 120. Thank you.
I'll ask it to Good morning, Madam President. Madam President and Assistant President Pro Tem, members of the Council, city staff, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. My name is Robert Donen. I'm the President of TRIPAC Health and Wellness Advocacy and also a longtime grassroots advocate and volunteer with the American Heart Association. It is a point of personal and professional privilege to appear before you today to ask for your aye vote on the resolution and legislation before you. I applaud, commend, and congratulate Council President Garcetti, Councilman Huizar, and Assistant President Pro Tem Perry for bringing this resolution forward and for the contribution this resolution and legislation will make in the health and well-being of our citizens. Congratulations to the American Heart Association and, of course, to Senator Padilla for his bold leadership and vision in bringing this bill to the forefront. Basic nutritional information is extremely important to consumers dealing with chronic disease like cardiovascular disease and obesity. Passage and adoption of this resolution and the signing of the legislation by the Governor will send a powerful message locally, statewide, nationally, and globally. I ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Freni?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm Dr. Freni Bagaiwala Modi. I'm the Chief of Cardiology at the West Los Angeles VA Hospital, a board member of the American Heart Association, and also the Director of a Preventive Cardiology Clinic. I want to really thank the Council for giving me the time to speak to you. And I want to congratulate the Council for bringing this bill and supporting it to make Los Angeles healthier. I think that it is well known that coronary artery disease is the #1 cause of death in this country. But I think what is not known is that it is really a preventable disease. And probably the two most life quality aspects that are to prevent the disease besides smoking, reducing smoking, is obesity and reduction of trans fats, which are the most atherogenic fats in the diet. So we hope that passing of this SB 20, which is just to really give information to the individual with respect to what they're eating, will be the best way to drive what restaurants serve to their customers. I want to be brief in my remarks and just thank the Council for making Los Angeles a healthier place. We look for ways to combat obesity, to helping consumers compare options and making informed decisions for deciding what to eat at a restaurant. And the nutrition information on menu items should be as accessible as the price of the meal. Probably it's more important that they know what the cost is to their health rather than the cost to their wallet. We rely more and more on restaurants to provide our meals, and it is vital that the nutritional information be provided at the point of service with consistent information constantly so that we can take responsibility for the health and make informed decisions. And the Senate Bill number 120 provides this information to consumers, and this is why this bill is being sponsored by the American Heart Association, and that is why the governor's signature is needed on SB 120. Thank you again for your support.
Thank you very much. Rosa Soto, followed by Stephen Gallegos.
Thank you, members of the City Council, distinguished guests, for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Rosa Soto, and I work for the California Center for Public Health Advocacy. We are a nonprofit statewide organization that is looking at improving health environments through the adoption of health policies. And the importance of this issue for us is because we've been working since 1998 with different communities throughout California to try to identify what can help curb this epidemic. And as you had heard from the experts, it's just such a great epidemic that there's a need to address this at all levels. Los Angeles was a pioneer in adopting adopting standards for snack foods in schools for children, and we know that you as a council are very visionary in the approaches that you take. So we thank you for taking this up, for making it a priority. And I'd like to also share with you that a very important organization called the Field Poll conducted a study last year that stated that 84% of California voters support SB 120. And they looked at it from a lot of different angles, and this was definitely, regardless of political party, regardless of their education, regardless of where they live, regardless of their ethnicity, and regardless of their income. And the reason is because people have a right to know what we're purchasing, and so our hope is with your support, the governor will hear the message that California needs to adopt a menu labeling bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stephen Gallegos.
Good morning, Madam President. My name is Stephen Gallegos. This is not a bill that has occurred overnight. This bill has been researched for the last 5 years, and thank God that the American Heart Association was there to sponsor it since its inception. And every time that we brought this forward, the restaurant industry would come in with their lobbyists from Washington, D.C. and their checkbooks, and they would try and dissuade those people who really felt that this is an important bill to have a difference of opinion. This is not really just a bill for our legislature and not just a bill for elected officials. This is a bill for all Californians, especially families. The fact of the matter is, as we work and we get off work and then go to pick up our kids, how much time do we have before we take our children from the school to rehearsal or practice, soccer, ballet, whatever, and we have to feed them, and then we have to get them home, make sure they do their homework, and then make sure that we get them a bath and get them to bed on time. There's really, if you've got very active children, and you have a job that makes you work till 5 or 6 o'clock at night when you can finally get to see them, this bill will allow you to have information so that you can make good decisions for their meals. We can't legislate what people eat, but we can allow them to make better decisions for their kids, for their parents, for seniors, so that this information will allow them to make better decisions the next time they go to these restaurants and be able to help us stem the tide of obesity and create a healthier state of California. And we certainly do appreciate your support, and I vote for this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gallegos. That closes a public comment on that item. I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Reyes, followed by Mr. Labange, Mr. Alacon, and Mr. Huizar.
President, I rise to support this bill. I commend our former colleague, Senator Padilla, in his effort, and my council colleagues in supporting him and putting forth this motion. And it's a great first step, because we all know in the majority of our neighborhoods in our city, the people are working 2 jobs, the folks who are pushing hard to just cover the rent, don't have time to make a meal like the good old days. You're going to sit down at 5 or 6 or 7 and sit down with your children and have a decent dinner. That is a thing of the past for many of us, given how far we have to commute, how many jobs we're dealing with, and the fact that our kids get pulled into the temptation of a $1 burger or $1 fries. Then you supersize it and you get more and more. So now we think we have now a 3/4 pounder. So the fact is, what was that? You're hungry. That's why you should have breakfast as a good meal. But the bottom line is, it's good to know what we're eating, but I'm hoping that as we evolve in this process, we start talking about what's in this. What kind of chemicals are in these things? How do we assess our sugar intake? Is it wheat or is it an artificial chemical that provides the color and the taste to that particular product? And that's something that we should focus on. But this is a great first step. We're starting with the major chains that have a strong and large presence in our cities. But imagine if this city or the county could put a listing of the various types of chemicals and nutrients that are inside what we're eating, so that we know how to engage these kinds of meals and how often we should be eating these things, so that we don't get affected in such a way we're developing a whole new class of obesity, a type 3, because it's affecting our children. So thank you so much, colleagues, for what's being done. And it's great to see the Senator Padilla, at this level of government, giving back to our communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Labange?
No, I wanted to also echo thank you to Senator Padilla on this. Last Sunday morning, I believe I was in a market in my district, and as long as that area is between the front row and the last row, there was a display of potato chips. And I said, golly, I don't know if that's the healthiest thing in the world for people. I mean, I didn't believe there'd be that many potato chips in a whole area all the way down. And then I had this flash. What if they had in a store, you walk through the door and it said, healthy food with health challenges. You know, something to this nature here, because the marketing, as Mr. Reyes expressed, is so intense now. I think this is a step in the right direction. I hope the governor signs it. It's important to see that. And I see people selling fruit in the city. And I'd love to see us sell more fruit in the city. I'd love to see us work with the planning department to exercise a way that we could put stands in appropriate locations at corner mini malls or wherever our spots are. Because as I remember my mom, who is up in heaven, she said, eat fruit once a day, you'll be a better person for it. So onward and upward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Alacon?
Yes, I'm very pleased to stand in support of my senator's bill. There was an article in, I think it was the LA Times, an opinion piece written by a non-journalist who was criticizing government for intruding into the restaurant industry and imposing regulations. This bill is written in a way that it should be written. It is written as an opportunity for people to have a better knowledge about their own health. What Senator Padilla knows is what I knew as a state senator, and that is that the 20th Senate District has the second highest rate of obesity in the entire state of California, and the 39th Assembly District, which is wholly encompassed in the 20th Senate District and encompasses many of our districts, has the highest rate of obesity in the state of California. So he is not only responding to a need for California, he is absolutely listening to his constituents. And this does not take away the decision if you want to have a chili cheese fry with vanilla malt. This doesn't take away your ability to do so. It'll just inform you that you might want to do a few more push-ups or sit-ups when you have that meal. And it gives you more education. Los Angeles, if it is one thing, it is a model for the nation in the notion that physical fitness is supposed to mean something. But in reality, we aren't that TV notion. We have severe problems that are related directly to diet, and it's important that we further educate those who have not found themselves on a health kick to get more involved in their own health and understand better. So it is very reasonable that this measure, which merely asks people to inform, and I should mention large organizations, 15 or more establishments, who have the ability to easily transition over time their menus. It does put the responsibility on them to give more information to their consumers about what they are eating, and then they can make their own decisions about their lifestyle to respond to whatever it is they're eating. So I'm in strong support of this measure. I only wish that I had introduced it when I was the senator, but I'm very pleased that Senator Padilla has taken on that mission in response to the needs of the Northeast San Fernando Valley and, in fact, the entire state of California.
Thank you. Mr. Wisar.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And we've often heard how obesity is becoming a national epidemic, but when this really struck home for me was when I heard that for the first time in the history of the United States, our current generation has a lower life expectancy than any previous generation. A large contributor to that is the obesity becoming a larger problem in the United States and the associated problems with obesity. And it's really struck home for me. And since that, when I was at the school district and now, I've been trying to do whatever we can to promote information, education, health eating with our kids. We banned soft drinks and sodas from our high schools so that our children have lower sugar intake and does not contribute to them becoming obese and get diabetes. But we still have today nearly 40% of students in LAUSD who are not in the body composition that's considered in the healthy fitness zone. That is here in Los Angeles, the second largest school district in the United States. And so we have a lot of work to do here. I think this bill that Senator Padilla has proposed is a very good one. I've been working with the County of Los Angeles along with the Heart Association and with the California Restaurant Association to eventually and gradually phase out trans fats from our restaurants here in the city of Los Angeles. It is a voluntary agreement that we've gotten with the restaurant associations. This bill here is a reasonable approach to continue to promote that healthy support that our restaurant associations are giving us. It is reasonable because it's not going to affect small businesses, and it is reasonable because it is simply advising us, but not banning the sale of foods. It's advising us as to whether we would like to make that choice or not. We're telling people, this is what it is. You make the choice in whatever it is you want to do. It's a reasonable approach, and I think Senator Padilla got it right. And I thank Eric Garcetti, our president here, for taking the leadership on this issue. And I think the city of Los Angeles has to do more. We sometimes just give that to the county and say it's a health issue for the county. The county's the one that handles all the health issues. We've got to do more, just as we're doing with our educational system, to say that there is some jurisdictional items here that we could work on together. I believe the city has a much larger role to play in the healthy lifestyles of our residents. Thank you, President Garcetti, for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Mr. Wisar. I just want to add my support for this. When I was in Sacramento for the League of Cities just a few weeks ago, our esteemed colleague, Mr. Padilla, was working the room both on the Senate side and the Assembly side, twisting some arms, but most importantly advocating for those that may not have a voice, the importance of putting this information out. And so wholeheartedly support it. I want to congratulate Mr. Padilla for his efforts in getting this forward, and hopefully the governor will sign it. Madam Clerk, if you could open the roll on this item, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
14 ayes.
That item's been approved. I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Rosendahl for a special introduction.
Thank you, Madam President. It is a delight, colleagues, to introduce San Bernardino County Supervisor Gary Ovitz and Paul Leone, the Mayor of Ontario. They just had a meeting with our mayor to talk about regional aviation and linking it to ground transportation. And also I want you to know that Gary Ovitz is Vice Chair of SCRAW, which is the Southern Regional Aviation Strategy we have in Southern California. And I'd like the Supervisor just say a word or two of what the meeting was like with the Mayor.
Very good. Well, we're certainly in San Bernardino County, and especially in Ontario, we're all about trying to provide that regionalization of the airports and the regionalization of air traffic. And so we're looking to build our ground access. As you well know, we're slated to grow to 30 million air passengers, but without having other means than just the automobile to access our airport, we can't get there. And so that's what we're here to talk about, the Gold Line, and I'll let the Mayor continue and talk a little bit more about that.
Thank you very much. The City of Ontario and the residents there we're a community that embraces the growth of our airport. In order to maintain that relationship, we have to make sure that we mitigate any ground transportation problems before they occur. So we believe that the Gold Line is very important to be constructed, not just to have bookend destinations, but to lessen the impact on the freeways. We can't continue to just build more freeways. I mean, it's impossible. So when we look at the Gold Line extension to Ontario, it gives us a destination to Los Angeles, to Ontario International Airport, thereby freeing up some of the congestion that would be on the 10 freeway and also the 60 freeway. But that's what we're looking at. We really appreciate the camaraderie that we have with the Mayor of Los Angeles, and also the working relationship that we have right here with Councilmember Rosendahl. So thank you for having us.
Thank you. And I might say that, colleagues, as you well know, I love giving out eggs, and these are two great guys, and they're both going to get a half a dozen eggs to take back home. Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to introduce them. It's all about regionalism, and I'm delighted that regionalism is on the way for Southern California. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl, and welcome to our chambers. We've had a request. There was a public speaker card that came in just after we had closed public comment. I'd like to, without any opposition, to reopen public comment card and ask Mr. David Lunzer to speak.
Good morning, Madam President, President Pro Tem, honorable council members. My name is David Lunzer. I am a parent and board member of Yavne Hebrew Academy, and I'm here representing my fellow board members and parents. I was the one to whom the inspectors from Building and Safety first stated, "You don't belong here." They walked in with impunity to deny us the right for our Yavne families to pray together, a right accorded to us by this very body. Perhaps Mr. Keim from Building and Safety has us confused with the public school across the street, but to suggest, and I quote, only secular activities can be held at the school. Really? At a religious school? My reason for coming here today is twofold. One, to remind the members of this council that Yavne has had multiple visits from Building and Safety, and each time we have been found in compliance with our CUP. And two, to underline the fact that our visitation on Kol Nidre night had nothing to do with our CUP, but was rather a thinly veiled, pre-planned, and well-coordinated religious sting operation, which could have been avoided by a suggestion we use one of our special event permits. This is not a Jewish issue. This is a universal issue which affects all God's children. Intolerance, religious or otherwise, has no place in the multicultural tapestry which defines the great city of Los Angeles. And we implore this council to get to the bottom of this atrocity and root out bigotry regardless of how it is masked, whether and wherever it raises its ugly head. To quote the late Martin Niemöller, "Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak up." Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. That closes our public comment. I'd like to go to item number 40,
We have two public speaker cards, Sharon Brewer and Donna Pearman. I think Sharon is here today. And City Hall.
I can't, is it okay? I can't see myself, so it's kind of scary here. I know, and I can tell whether you're listening or not, too. Sharon Brewer, item number 40, special event fee waivers. On today's agenda, we have 16 total, 14 with amounts, $37,112, 2 to reimburse. For July, we had 62 with amounts just for 7 days of City Council, $276,250. 88 with amounts for August, 6 days of City Council, $494,518. So far in September, 5 days, we have 128 with amounts, 3 with no amounts, at a total of $598,538. Total for the 3 months, or 2.5 months, is $1,369,306. Again, I refer to the city controller going and saying that the city needs to tighten their budget and that these fee waivers are adding up. You're not even at 3 months in the new fiscal year and you're over $1 million. So please look at these fee waivers a little more carefully. Look at neighborhood councils to possibly pick up the tab on some of these, and just be a little more frugal with the taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Van Nuys to Donna Pearman. Ms. Pearman?
Yeah. It's good to see Sharon. I'm glad you're down there and with your amounts. I want to have it on record that I and Marion Fogler are against waiving fees. Well, I'm glad as I said, we saw you, Sharon Brewer. There are some of them that are not as high as usual and there's better causes, but I feel the city is in complete shambles and feel you shouldn't think of paying for everybody's events and letting the city fall apart. The poorer you are, the more destitute it is to them. Our city employees are getting frustrated, unappreciated. We need to pay them higher. Why don't we reward the hardest working city employees who work up and above the rest, give incentive to city employees and our teachers to exceed. I'm sorry to state last week, those fees are really excessive, and I don't need Matt Dowd's permission to what I speak on. I'm thankful that that you take some items out, which means you probably decided not to waive them. Hopefully you see more of that. The city needs the money and we can't waive the fees. I just want to make one little comment that on the nutrition things, which I'm for, please don't put it all on obesity. There's thin people also that need to have their nutrition, need better nutrition. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. That item, is now before us. Madam Clerk, if you could open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
15 ayes.
That item has been approved. We are now going to go to item number 25. There had been a request, although there had been a public hearing, to have an additional public hearing, a 5-minute public hearing. So I know we have 2 cards in the valley, and we have 5 cards here. So I'd ask those that are here to coordinate their remarks. Agnes Lewis, Lawrence McLaughlin, Leon Marzillier, Wade Hunter, and Ann Zyliak. And then we will go out to the San Fernando Valley. And yes, Mr. City Attorney.
And this is a reminder to the council members, this is a fair hearing matter requiring the council's heightened attention to the speaker at the podium or at your monitors at your desks.
I'm Agnes Lewis, and I'm the appellant in this appeal for a tentative tract. This is a 3.5-acre parcel in Granada Hills, which is zoned for equestrian use. And the argument is whether 4 houses should be built on it or 7. To let stand
a decision for 7 would be inconsistent with the community plan, which clearly states a 1 acre minimum, which would lead to no more than 3 or 4 houses. It's inconsistent with other projects in the area. I call your attention to the purple ones here, all within a 3-block area of the subject property, all of which have been required since the drafting of the community plan 10 years ago to adhere to the 1 acre minimum. Although there are other developments in the area, those predate. It's very important that you realize those predate the community plan. So this is inconsistent with the community plan. It's inconsistent with other approvals. It's inconsistent with the recommendations of the Granada Hills North Neighborhood Council, which strongly recommended, again, for the 1 acre minimums. It is inconsistent with the equestrian uses of the area, which is a K district, one of the oldest ones in the valley. It is inconsistent with the staff findings of the City Planning Department, which originally recommended for 1 acre minimums, and it is inconsistent with the findings of the Deputy Advisory Agency, which again also recommended for 1 acre minimums. I urge you to reconsider this matter because approving this lot for 7 houses when everything else in the area is approved for 4 represents totally preferential treatment in a place where there is no overriding public good to justify going against the community plan and justify going against the input of the community. In fact, there is no issue of affordable housing, no impact, no differential impact on taxes, absolutely no overriding public good for why this particular property should be exempt from the community plan.
And we have 3 minutes left, so the rest of the speakers, if you want to continue.
Okay, to allow this one would set a very dangerous precedent for other projects in the area and a very bad precedent in ignoring your own neighborhood councils and your own community plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Lawrence McLaughlin.
My name is Lawrence McLaughlin. I've lived in the community of Granada Hills for about 10 years. We live there because it's unique and we need to maintain the uniqueness. It is a horse area. It's an area which has horse trails in it and has fairly large lots. We need to maintain that. That's why the community plan was drafted as it is. To change the community plan simply because that's the advantage of a developer is simply wrong. You need to do what the community wants you to do with respect to developing it. That's what the community plan reflects. Please do what the community requests.
Thank you. Leon, followed by Wade, or Ann?
The two of them said for me to go ahead and go first.
Okay.
Ann Ziliak, Granada Hills North Neighborhood Council. Our community impact statement that you see written in your agenda essentially points out that the project is inconsistent with the plan. It was our hope that the City Plum Committee would rectify the error made by the North Area Planning Commission, and unfortunately that didn't happen. Last night at our board meeting, they passed the following resolution: that GHNNC support the stakeholders' appeal and oppose the proposed development at 17981 Mayorling as it does not conform to community plan, that the proposed project on Mayorling does not meet the technical requirements for approval, specifically that there's no site plan or equestrian requirements that were presented to the advisory agency for the new plan, and that it was no zone change. There's no zone change yet, and we felt that the zone change should come before subdividing the land. Thank you.
Thank you. Wade or Leon, we have 1 minute left before we go out to the valley.
Yeah, my name is Leon Marzilia. I'm the chair of the Granada Hills North Neighborhood Council, and our neighborhood council has taken a position against this because it goes against the community plan, and actually it was one of the first things that our neighborhood council took a position against, and we ask you to vote against it.
Thank you. Wade Hunter.
Morning, Wade Hunter, North Valley Coalition. I'd just like to say this is not about personalities. We disagree with our councilman on this issue. We've worked with him in the past on many things, and we hope to in the future. But this particular thing does affect our community plan. There's nothing in there that says whether it should be interpreted as hilly or flat. If they're 1 acre lots in this particular area or 2 acre in above Cessnon. This case, 1 acre, there's no interpretation. And you will set precedent if you change this for as future development in the area. They will all use this as a reason for asking for lots that are less than an acre. So we would appreciate you sending this back to Plum and not supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go out to the San Fernando Valley. Mary Ellen Crosby, followed by Sherry Mann. And we do have a 2 minutes total up in the Valley.
Good morning. I'm Mary Ellen Crosby, and I'm a stakeholder of Granada Hills. I've lived here for over 40 years. I love it. This is the reason I came here, because it's an open area, and I definitely am against allowing them to change the plan or to make smaller lots. Take this into consideration. When you were a child, if you didn't live in an apartment, if you lived in a house, you had a backyard to play in. The backyards are getting smaller and fewer. And the biggest thing that we've had with the planning that I've been going through for the new planning programs for Granada Hills and Knollwood, the two things that are most brought up is traffic and open space. And if you allow this to go in, you're going to have more people, more traffic, and less open space. And don't think about yourself. Think about the future and what Granada Hills can become. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sherry Mann.
Hi, Sherry Mann. I'm a stakeholder at both Granada Hills neighborhood councils. I'd like to quote Gail Goldberg, who is the planning director of Los Angeles. In every city in this country, the zoning on the land establishes the value of the land. In Los Angeles, that's not true. The value of the land is not based on what the plan says. It's based on what the developer believes he can change the zoning to be. What concerns me is that zoning has to stand for something. We cannot, the North Valley Area Commission overrode what the city plan had in mind, and overrode what the neighborhood council wanted for their city. It's about upholding the law, the integrity of the law, and what the law is meant to do. If they establish a Granada Hills Knollwood city plan, it's for a reason. It's to keep our cities in order. We all have to adhere to the law. If not, I would like a variance on my son who got a speeding ticket. If
I could just ask you to conclude.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope you will maintain the integrity of the Granada Hills Knollwood plan. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Weiss, you submitted a card, but we have gone past over the time period. Thank you. That public hearing is now closed. The item is now before us. Mr. Smith?
The Planning Commission has heard this matter, approved it. The Plum Committee has heard this matter and approved it. Ask you to reject the appeal and vote and sustain the Planning Committee report. Thank you.
So the report is before us from the Plum Committee. Madam Clerk, if you could open the roll on this item, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
13 ayes.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Garcetti for our next item number 19.
Good morning, Madam President. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask Council Members Alarcon and Hahn to join me up here at the podium. Before we begin this item, we thought it was only fitting, just as we've done with some of our other great commissions that have been before us, to acknowledge the work of an extraordinary group of Angelenos. This is LA's finest right next to me here, a group of commissioners that have worked tirelessly on one of the most important issues that we face under our city charter. As we all know, when the city approved the first revisions to our charter in nearly a century in 1999, they created a system of neighborhood councils. And acknowledging the experimental nature of this endeavor and how fluid government can be, the authors of that charter, and who was that, Ms. Hahn? Mr. Zine? Do you remember who wrote that stuff? It was Ms. Hahn, okay. Just want to make sure. So you were just there for the ride.
What I did is remind them.
Section 912 of that charter mandated that the mayor and the council establish a commission to conduct a review to guide the development of these neighborhood councils. Thus, the Neighborhood Council Review Commission, which first was born as the 912 Commission but quickly moved to a better name, the Neighborhood Council Review Commission, were appointed in the spring of 2006. 15 were appointed by this body, 1 per member, 15 council members, and 14 by the mayor. For the past year, members of the Neighborhood Council Review Commission have spent countless hours evaluating the neighborhood council system, listening to residents throughout the city about what was working well and what wasn't working well, what was good to continue and expand and what needed to be changed. And then developing these recommendations into the report that we have before us today and that now is available online as well, this morning as well. But we'll hear about that in a moment. But before the presentation, the City Council, and I've asked Ms. Hahn as the former chair of Education and Neighborhoods and interim chair, and Mr. Alarcon as our chair of our Education and Neighborhoods Committee, which this year will have one of its most critical duties that committee has ever had in looking at the Neighborhood Council Review Commission recommendations, to recognize the hard work of these volunteer neighborhood leaders. So this is our opportunity to thank you for all your hard work over the past year. And before we read the names, I'd like to ask Council Members Alarcon and Hahn to say a few words. So with that, Chair.
Members, these are extensive documents that will help us as we try to move forward to the new level of democracy in Los Angeles. I think admittedly we must recognize that the neighborhood council system is not perfect, nor should any first experiment be perfect. In fact, democracy is an imperfect art that is continuously in need of improvement. And that's exactly what we are here to recognize today. We will take this back to committee, the recommendations of this committee, and take a very serious look at a massive proposal that will improve on the neighborhood council system in accordance with the city charter. But today we want to recognize those folks who took many, many hours of time to dedicate themselves to improving that democracy that I mentioned. So first I would just like to recognize the leaders of this group. I know that Councilmember Garcetti will announce all of the members who are present. But let me recognize Altagracia Perez, the chair of the NCRC, who really spearheaded this effort and dedicated many, many hours of time and personal dedication to this project. Jacqueline Dupont Walker, who I think will be very active in many other aspects of Los Angeles ongoing. And I forgot to mention that you have not finished, and we're going to continue to use you as we develop this proposal. Jason Lyon was the vice chair as well. And of course, without Rafe Sonnenschein, the executive director, we simply could not be here today. And so we owe tremendous gratitude again to him. So as the chair of the committee, I pledge that, and I mentioned to my colleagues that I was the only member of the City Council who voted to put this measure on onto the ballot. So it's my pleasure it's my pleasure to vanguard again this improvement process. I think you've done incredible work. I think my colleagues will agree. We may not agree 100% on every aspect of it, but you can bet that the work that you have done will result in a better neighborhood council system in Los Angeles.
Thank you, and I'm glad to be a part of this presentation because I certainly have such a vested interest in the charter of the City of Los Angeles. It seems like it was a long time ago that Jackie, you and I and Dennis and others spent many, many long nights, sometimes till midnight, either in the DWP building, or we had, over 200 meetings throughout the City of Los Angeles and probably every single neighborhood, talking about how to make this city better, how to make this city more accountable, how to make it more streamlined. But one of the key pieces of the new city charter, which the voters overwhelmingly passed in 1999, was the creation of a network of neighborhood councils. Of all the issues we were dealing with at the time, it seemed like one of the key missing parts of Los Angeles was a vehicle, a venue, some way to get more people involved in their neighborhoods, more people involved in their communities, and more importantly, more people in Los Angeles who could have a way to be involved in city government, a way that they could have their input heard before decisions were made, before policies were enacted. And we knew that a lot of the frustration that was happening in the late 90s here in Los Angeles was a sense of disenfranchisement from city government. And so neighborhood councils were a way to reconnect people. We also knew that we wanted to relook at the idea of neighborhood councils, and we wanted to build in a review, and that's exactly what's been happening. And we know that you have spent many, many hours, long hours, hours away from your homes, hours away from your families, your jobs, to take a look at the neighborhood council system and how it might be better. We were intentionally vague in some of our We did that for a reason. We were intentionally vague in some of our language in Section 900 about neighborhood councils because we really did feel that one size did not fit all. We really did believe that neighborhoods were different in Los Angeles, and we didn't feel in this groundbreaking, revolutionary idea of neighborhood councils that we should mandate every single part of their existence. However, some of that vagueness, intentional vagueness, has caused problems, has caused frustrations, and unfortunately, ultimately, has caused people to flee from serving on neighborhood councils because of the frustrations that they encountered. But I am very pleased with your review. I am very pleased with your recommendations because I think you were able to fill in some of the gaps in the policies and the implementations of neighborhood councils that work in their communities. You've made recommendations regarding elections. You've made some recommendations about the definition of stakeholders, bylaws, grievances. You've tackled what the role of our Department of Neighborhood Empowerment should be, and you've tackled the issue of the very controversial council files. So I look forward to hearing your presentation today, and I will pledge to you that I'm going to work hard to see that your recommendations become a reality here in the city of Los Angeles. I want to give a shout out to the harbor area representatives on the commission, Esther Cepeda, and of course my appointee, John Mavar from San Pedro. Thank you for all your hard work. And ultimately, hopefully by working to make sure your recommendations are reality, it will be about more people in Los Angeles becoming involved in their communities, holding city government accountable, and feeling empowered to make their neighborhoods and ultimately their city a better place. So thank you for your hard work.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn. And commissioners, if you would please stand now for recognition when I call your name, and then we'll begin the formal discussion of the report. As was mentioned, the chair of the committee is Reverend Altagracia Perez, I believe a constituent of the 10th District and an appointee of the 13th, so congratulations. Jackie DuPont Walker, our vice chair, number 1. Jason Lyon, our vice chair from the East APC. Cindy Cleghorn from North Valley APC area. Dora Leon Gallo, who's familiar to most of us around here at City Hall. Congratulations. Jeffrey Jacob Berger is a commissioner from the Central APC area. Charlotte Laws, commissioner from South Valley. Dr. Irving Leibovitz, if I can pronounce it that way, commissioner from the 5th District. Mr. Weiss. John Mavar from the 15th District. We'll let Janice do the honors. Evelyn Montes from the 1st District. Jessica Wethington McLean from the 14th District. Tom Ponton from the 11th District. And council members, feel free to pin your commissioners here. Paul Resnick, a commissioner from the West APC. Let's hear it for Paul Resnick. Mark Siegel, there was Mr. Labanger's appointee from the 4th District, Mr. Siegel. Mr. Smith's appointee, Joe Vitti from the San Fernando Valley. Joe, congratulations. Linda Wong, it's also another commissioner for the mayor. Linda Wong. Julian Rogers from the South Los Angeles APC area. Len Schaefer from the 3rd District, Mr. Zines appointee. And the Executive Director of the Neighborhood Council Review Commission, the indomitable, the one and only, Rafe Sonnenschein. The commissioners who are not present but should not go unnoticed: Javier Angulo, Dennis Arguelles, Sandra Bryant, Esther Cepeda, Guy Limhuis, Dennis O'Sullivan, Frank Prater, Corrine Sanchez, and Paul Zimmerman. Let's give them a round of applause as well for their good work. And with that, the commissioners, we talked about doing a photo with them, so council members, you come here for a quick photo, and then we will have the commission chair, vice chairs, and executive directors stay up at the table and present to us their work.
How do you want to do this?
Looking guy. Better than all of them.
continue our council meeting and recognize the members of our Neighborhood Council Review, 912. Alter Garcia, are you the first speaker for us tonight? Okay.
Thank you, Madam President, and all of you council members. Thank you so much for allowing a good chunk of time on our agenda for the work that we have today. We come back to you to do that work that you have given us to do, as it were. And I wanted to start with your indulgence with some thank yous, because the work was indomitable, and it could not have been done were it not for the participation and cooperation of a lot of folks. As you've already met, the commissioners and the vice chairs who will have a moment to speak with you later, I also wanted to thank those folks who took leadership on the commission and served as chairs or co-chairs of the various committees that had to work some of the difficult issues out. Our budget committee, Len Schaefer, who kept us under budget, which is always a good thing to bring back to the city council. Our outreach committee, Paul Resnick and Guy Lemus, who is unable to be here because of a court date. He's a lawyer. He had to go to work. Let's do it that way. He also served as chair of the grievance committee. Jeff Jacobberger, who worked on the Sunshine Law along with other commissioners, and the drafting committee, Commissioner Leibovitz and Jacobberger, again, who did all of that work. I want to thank Carol Baker Thorpe and Bangwon Kim from Dunn for all of their cooperation and work with us, as well as the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners, who reviewed our work in detail and were able to go through our recommendations with suggestions that were based on, up-to-the-minute issues that were coming up with Neighborhood Council, so we're appreciative of them. We've gotten incredible cooperation from the city, and we are very grateful for it. All of the departments worked with us, filled out our questionnaires, replied to our concerns. But in particular, I wanted to thank the city clerk's office, Frank Martinez, and especially Patrice Lattimore, without which we would not be as organized as we have been. In that office also, the staff wanted me to make sure to thank Avak Sarafian and Glenn Robeson, who worked on all of our contracts and made sure our staff got paid. The city attorney's office, Valerie Flores and Tom Griego and Greg Orland and Gwen Poindexter, who served with us throughout the 15 months. We are very grateful for Channel 35, our various formats. They worked with us and were able to make the conversation and deliberation that was going on in our chambers something available to the whole city. And I'm very glad to say that it's very well watched, because I kept getting stopped somewhere being told, hey, didn't I see you on Channel 35? So we want to thank Tony Akani, who's the head of Channel 35, and also Warren Hill, who's the director, and all of his staff that worked with us. We thank the Metropolitan Water District for the use of their boardroom. We were kind of getting used to it. You're lucky that our work finished. We might have taken over. The City Print Shop, who did an incredible job in helping us get these documents to you this morning. They really did go above and beyond the call of duty, so we want to thank them. We couldn't have had the material we have before you without their extra work. All of the neighborhood councils, all of the folks who came to do public comment, all of those people who participated in workshops, all the folks who sent us emails and messages. The commission was really grateful for the broad amount of input that was brought to us. And then, of course, our consultants, Greg Robinson from the Social Science Research Center at CSUF, and Catherine Padilla of Catherine Padilla and Associates, who helped us with detailed research, which is also part of the packet that you've received, and on which our findings and recommendations are based. I want to thank you for the privilege of having been able to serve on this commission. We were an incredibly diverse commission, and I think we showed in our work, and I believe in our product, what can happen when a diverse city brings all of its gifts together to make the city a place where all of us want to live and raise our children. I'm going to ask my vice chairs to speak for a moment each on things that they're especially excited about in terms of this report, and then I will take you through a quick summary, and Dr. Sonnenschein Lion is prepared to walk you through the document. We ask you for your patience. We appreciate that you've not had a chance to look at this in detail, but we're looking forward to being available to you, to answer your questions, to clarify things, and to work with you to make these recommendations applicable and usable for the city. So I'm going to start with Ms. Jacqueline Dupont Walker.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. To City Council, I also am grateful for the opportunity to have served on this commission. It is not often you get an opportunity to revisit and correct, if necessary, work you've already done. We acknowledged then Commissioners Hahn and Zine for the fine work they did amongst the 36 commissioners. And let me remind you, there were actually 2 commissions, 36 commissioners, who started out at first somewhat at odds, but understood for the good of the city, we did have to come together. We've also acknowledged Rafe Sonnenschein, who served as director of the appointed Charter Commission. And we've acknowledged Councilman Alcorn, who was the one there to actually vote and lead the charge. But I'd also like to acknowledge Mark Siegel, who serves as a commissioner this time, but actually was a part of Charter Watch that actually watched and kept us honest. This opportunity for deja vu reminds us of our goal to bridge at that time and to pass the baton on to the commission on which we have been honored to serve. We were very committed to engaging the city, to trying to develop a process that created consistency, to ensure flexibility and fluidity. It was important to us to create an arena where people could become understanding of each other and diversity, and to enable and move the people of the city of Los Angeles. If we fast forward now to where we are with some 29 commissioners, 27 of whom made it to the finish line, we see the opportunity to build on the hope that that Charter Commission had, to build on the expectation that the people of the city of Los Angeles truly could function in neighborhood fashion, to agree to disagree, and to expand upon the insight of the Charter. As I reflected on this deja vu experience, it reminds me of what many of us experience, whether we're going to the Charter, to the temple, to the synagogue, to the assembly, to the mosque, or to the church. When someone comes into that arena and says they want to be a part, we don't grill them. We don't say, come back. We don't say, show us your ID. We say, welcome. And so the Neighborhood Council movement had attempted to do that in its inception and its theory. We've come back to review whether we had accomplished that in its action, and we hope that in the recommendations presented today and the days going forward, that the Neighborhood Council will truly be a welcoming entity that it was designed to do, and where we need to improve, we're committed to do that. And so on behalf of in my role, and passing the baton from 36 to 29, from Charter Commission to Neighborhood Council Review Commission, we're very proud of the product, and we look forward to the next baton that will be passed.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad to introduce to you now Jason Lyon, our other vice chair. And my vice chairs were essential in having this work done, so I'm really grateful for their work and their sharing of their talents.
Good morning, council members. Thank you for the opportunity for us to present the recommendations at the beginning of your process. We're excited to be here and glad to be near the end of the road in our work. In addition to serving on the Neighborhood Council Review Commission, I am a member of the Silver Lake Neighborhood Council. I was appointed by the mayor to represent the East Area Neighborhood Councils. And as you can imagine, we had a lot of feedback from neighborhood councils from the very beginning of the process through every stage. And one of the first things that we discovered from that feedback is that there is not a single neighborhood council position on anything. The opinions are as diverse as the neighborhood councils themselves, and so one of our charges was to bring together all of those opinions and try to find a kind of common ground. The one area that we had the most common ground on was that everyone, both people involved in neighborhood councils and people not involved in neighborhood councils, are interested in doing away with the culture of combativeness that has sprung up in certain parts of the neighborhood council system, certainly not everywhere, but between City Hall and neighborhood councils, between neighborhood councils themselves, between board members and stakeholders. And so our recommendations are really designed with an eye toward that idea of letting go of the idea that we have to be in tension, which is not to say that we expect that neighborhood councils and anyone are going to agree all the time, but that we can create a system that allows for disagreement and mutual respect and good behavior. So our recommendations, I think, go a long way toward making that happen, and I hope you'll agree. We're very excited to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'd like to take a moment to, in general strokes, talk about our process and the recommendations that you have before you. And as I mentioned earlier, Dr. Sonnenschein will go through the report so as to facilitate your reading of it and beginning your deliberative process. We've been working together for about 15 months. We've done our work based on staff research, which we then deliberated upon at meetings that happened on average twice a month. We also had 14 public hearings. We felt it was an important part of our process to go out at the beginning of the process to hear in general what the community felt were the issues for neighborhood councils, and then to return after we had done our deliberative work to present to them again the draft of our recommendations and to highlight those that we thought were critical to the improvement of the neighborhood council system. Those last set of hearings were set up in a workshop format, so they really allowed community members not to come and present 2 minutes of public comment, but to come and really discuss and argue and disagree and redraft with commissioners some of the key points of our recommendations and of our report. We've reviewed, in addition to that, the 8-year history of neighborhood councils, all of the issues that have come up officially and formally, working, as we said, with Dunn and Bonk, and also research with other cities across the nation. And what we found was that our system is indeed unique, sharing many characteristics with other neighborhood council systems across the country, but nowhere is it as diverse, as empowered, and as kind of broad as the one that we've developed here in Los Angeles, for which I think that's a good thing. So we're excited about that research and the ways in which it helped us to clarify. What we found was that the system has to be restructured and smoothed out to make it possible for the volunteers who work in the system to focus their work on community organizing and deliberation of issues to concern to the neighborhood. There was too many experiences of neighborhood council leaders being held back because of bureaucracy and especially because of guidelines and recommendations that were in flux, that were changing and shifting, and it meant that folks were spending a lot of energy responding to those concerns as opposed to the work that got them into the room to begin with, which was to work with neighborhood folk to improve their neighborhoods. We also found that the relationship between City Hall and neighborhood council needed to be redefined, reviewed, focused. As Commissioner Lyons said, our concern being that these were two arms of making the City of Los Angeles work well, and that they each had functions and roles that were unique to them, but there was too much work that was overlapped for there to be a constant relationship of tension, and that we wanted to make sure that we presented best practices and other guidelines that would make that possible. We also understood and heard very loudly that there was a need to expand the participation in neighborhood councils, to expand the reach, and there have been other groups who have been working and doing research who some of their work is attached at the end of our report, talking about outreach in particular communities, making sure that neighborhood councils truly reflect the diversity. We found that they were not any more remiss than any other city agency, but that as a goal, it was a primary goal for this system, and so one that we wanted to address directly. We also realized, as I mentioned earlier, that the consistency of policy and procedures while allowing for creativity and variance at the local level was essential. Too much time was being spent on kind of structural things that could have been facilitated by something having been set up, and that now was a good time, having seen what people's experience was, what the various kinds of models they tried. Now was a good time to try to make sure the policies and procedures were more consistent so that the work could be facilitated, the work of neighborhood councils. As we did our research and did all these findings, I do want to say that in the beginning of our time together, there was a great deal of concern about how much time this all would take, and especially because at the beginning of our work together, we did not immediately jump into all of the solutions that the commissioners already had about neighborhood councils. And instead, we did the kind of hard and given the feedback, annoying work of sitting down and really clarifying as a body what we agreed were the values of neighborhood councils. And you'll see that in our document. And what I said to folks at the workshop level, and what I will dare to say to all of you with your indulgence, is that when a recommendation seems problematic, to please go back and check on the visions and values section of our document, because the recommendation reflects the best thinking to achieve the goals of that value system. And sure, there are other things that could be done. There are other things being done in other cities, but the values of diversity, of participation, of inclusion, and of empowerment that we were trying to make sure were part of the system are not compatible with all of the different options of how to run this thing. So we just want to be clear that that was the base. We spent a lot of time at the beginning of our deliberation working on that, and that I commend it to your reading. Briefly, I want to go through some of the findings. There have been most areas in the city, just about the whole city, is covered in boundaries of certified neighborhood councils at this point. There are 89 in operation, with more than 1,600 Angelenos who have served as board members, and thousands, tens of thousands of people that have voted, participated in open meetings, come before committees, and have been involved in this system in various ways. Neighborhood councils have done significant and powerful things, and some of the track record you know, so I will just leave that for you to review. But nearly half, about 47.5% of city households have either participated in or are aware of the neighborhood council system, which I know you know as people that have your job, that for something that was begun only 7 years ago, that's a high level of participation, especially when it's all volunteer. The neighborhood council system has grown overall, and I think that part of the work that we did with vision and mission was to begin to find ways to make system more consistent for various neighborhood council members. And as I mentioned, that's already there for you to review. It is clear that all of the goals and ideals of the Charter Commission, folks that worked on this, that created in the end the Neighborhood Council, all of those have not been achieved yet. The system is young. It is in process of development. We can see over the years how leadership has been able to build on the work of the generation before, but it still has not achieved the level of influence in city that it had been hoped for, or of participation. Among the other findings that we had was that Brown Act, that even though the Brown Act was essential to the feeling of open and honest government, that it was felt that a system like ours, which is both a city government and a neighborhood system, might need some fine-tuning to make that work better. And so you'll see within the document that we have proposed the Sunshine Law, which is in complete compliance with the Brown Act. It does not take away any of the goals of the Brown Act.
And just to be clear, that is the Sunshine Law, not the Sun and Shine Law?
Yes.
Sorry.
It is the Sunshine Law, not the Sonnenschein Law. Right. Given spelling issues, there were moments. But it is a Sunshine Act. And what it would do is take all of the essential parts of the Brown Act, and then how they get implemented, have it be one that's much more responsive to the neighborhood councils, so that things that are not at all applicable are not there and being used, sometimes in difficult ways. The burden of outreach, which we all know is an essential part of this system, has fallen heavily on neighborhood councils with few resources, and it became clear to us that one of the things that needed to be fine-tuned was the city's role in doing the outreach, the need of support, of mechanisms, of databases, things that only the city can do in terms of outreach need to be taken on by the city to support the work at the local level to do outreach. Neighborhood council members are more likely, as we know from all participation in our city, that the variety of participation varies depending on the city. And although there are many people who are concerned about grassroots involvement, to this point, our city system, the neighborhood council system, kind of reflects the general voting pattern. So it is true that they are mostly white homeowners, more affluent, better educated than the population as a whole. But this is actually consistent with other involvement in city elections and stuff. And one of the things that we worked at in terms of best practices to see how that gets expanded and how the level of inclusion in neighborhood councils becomes a clear goal that we are not meant to be exclusive, but that everybody at every level, regardless of education, regardless of income, has a role in making their community better. And how do we send that word out in a way that's more effective? Running elections has been a big burden for the system, and you'll see that there are recommendations about the running of elections, which is that maybe we should let the people that are professionals at running elections run the elections, and you'll see those there. And then the citywide survey that we did of residents revealed that there is a need for this expansion in terms of the constituency that has been involved. So you'll notice those there. I'd like to just highlight a couple of recommendations. As you know, there's 72, so I'm not going to pretend to do all of them. Just those that received a lot of attention, both in terms of your time and your work, and those that received a lot of attention in the workshops and in the public comment that we received. The first, and it is our first recommendation, is that the neighborhood councils remain advisory. We believe that it is the hybrid of what this is, that it is both a city agency and a community organizing arm, is what makes it powerful, and that we don't want to lose that by taking on encumbrances that would come by making it only an official city agency. We also recommend that the city should facilitate the filing of council files by neighborhood councils. We've tried to make some best practice recommendations on that there be 3 councils involved, and that we do this for 2 years with some other stipulations that we hope you will look at carefully. We have designed a new peer grievance process, since there was clarity that the Human Relations Commission was not sufficiently staffed to deal with all of the varying levels of grievances that were being presented at neighborhood councils, and that they were not always directly responsive because of the particular nature of the neighborhood council. So we've decided to keep using them as a resource for human relations, which is what they are, and that the grievance procedures would be dealt with by a peer group, and we've presented that in our recommendations. I'd like to take a moment to read to you one of our exciting, not that exciting for us, we thought it was great, but exciting for the community, was our definition of the stakeholder. And I only want to highlight it because I think it's a really good example of the work that we did. I want to, emphasize both for you all council members, but also just for the public in general, that when we started having these discussions, we were all over the place. We reflected the variety of opinion that exists in the city about who participates, how they participate, who gets to vote, who doesn't get to vote. And it was only over time and over that process of discussion and deliberation that we decided that the way to err, if one were to err, was on the side of openness and inclusion. And that everybody who is in a community, who cares about the community, who is willing to dedicate time and effort to working with a neighborhood council, should be able to participate in that neighborhood council in a full and real way. And so our definition of a stakeholder becomes: stakeholder status in neighborhood councils shall be open to those who live, work, or own property in the neighborhood, and also to those who declare a stake in the neighborhood and affirm the factual basis for it. It is an expansion of the definition that exists in the plan, the goal being that folks are to come in and be clear about what their stake is in the neighborhood and how they are working in the neighborhood, and then that they are welcome and
Mr.
invited
Zine,
to be
just as
part.
a procedural question, Mr.
Yes.
Zine?
Procedural question, though. When you're citing these, if you could cite the recommendation number, because I've highlighted certain recommendations I have comments on.
42. Number 42 is the one I'm talking about right
Okay,
now.
if you
I
could
can't do
cite-
that. Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Zine. Sorry about that. So this is number 42. And we wanted to highlight it because I think it is of great concern, but also because we revisited this even after we had been clear about our decision because of additional information that was brought in, and really wanting to make sure that we took it all into account and decided that this was the best way for the neighborhood council system to achieve the goal that it has of being the voice of everyone in this city, connecting them to the powers that be in City Hall. We have recommended that the city clerk, recommendation number 45, that the city clerk shall organize and run neighborhood council elections, and we are excited about the work that we were able to do with the city clerk's office, with Frank Martinez in particular, about what that would mean, what would be required, how would we be able to do that, so that, again, local volunteers are not spending all their time running an election system when there are some folks that are very expert at doing that. Among the others that I want to highlight just briefly is the city shall provide translation services to neighborhood councils. This was happening with varying results and varying times, and we wanted to make that very clear as a requirement for participation, and that's recommendation number 72. And then finally, we recommend that the city will, within 7 years, appoint a commission to examine the progress of the neighborhood council system in light of the recommendations of our commission. And that's recommendation number 73. And what that bespoke to was that we are making some real shifts in culture with our recommendations. And we do not presume that we have worked it all out. I appreciate Councilmember Han's comment that it was vague on purpose. We've been more clear, but there will still be things that need to be fine-tuned. And because we want this system to continually be a growing system that is adaptive and responsive to the needs of the city, we recommend that there be another group to reevaluate the system in another 7 years. Speaking of the culture changes, I just wanted to highlight that the way we did the work does speak to some shifts in the way that the system would work. And I'm just going to name those as bullets. They're reflected in all of the recommendations and are part of that vision and value thing that I said we used as part of our process. The first is that a stakeholder-centered system, say that really fast, that our system was going to be a stakeholder-centered system more than a board-centered system. That board members are stewards of the responsibility they have been given to ensure that the community has a voice in City Hall. And that as stewards, they are servants, they are representative, they need to listen to their constituency, but that the work of the neighborhood council system happens in the work of stakeholders, whether it's in committees or in actions or in projects, that's where the real work of the neighborhood council is, or the work that makes it the most powerful, we think. The second is that elections are mobilizing tools, that it's not about who won and who lost, it's about getting people out, finding out what they're interested in, finding out how you can incorporate their ideas and their talents to make the community more cohesive and focused on the goals. That there is a time for tools and a time for rules, that some of the help that we need or the support that needs to come from the city to neighborhood council is about facilitating their leadership role as opposed to another laundry list of rules and regulations that they need to follow, that would be more conducive to the system. Always with accountability, always responsive to those things. We receive budget, we receive things, so in common with all of those things, but still more facilitating their function. The other culture change that we offer is that it be a win-win between neighborhood councils and City Hall. All of us, those involved in the neighborhood council system, those of you who serve as city council members, the mayor and others, are here as servants of the city, and that should make all of us, our work, compatible with one another and not necessarily in conflict. Neighborhood councils and community organizations should give each other a second look and a second chance. That hasn't always worked out, but we do continue the vision of the commissions that worked on the charter reform, that in a way neighborhood councils become the vanguard. They become the umbrella that brings all of the parties together, and that includes community organizations who have been working in our system and in our neighborhoods and have been working to improve the quality of life in our neighborhoods. That we want folks to shift from a focus on decision-making to a focus on deliberation. We try to model that in our own work, that it's not about some little council made up of very important people making decisions on behalf of everyone else, but that it really is a group of people who are there to facilitate and make it possible for folks to deliberate and come up with consensus whenever possible. I'd like to say that when I started on the commission, I was told that we would lose all kinds of membership, that we would lose all kinds of attendance, and that the standard that we had set for ourselves, which was that it was a supermajority to pass any resolution to try to push toward consensus, would not work. And I would like to say that all of those have been proven false. The couple of commissioners who had to leave left because they were ill and really could not continue to serve. And all of the recommendations before you have passed with a supermajority. We sought to achieve consensus to the highest degree possible, and I think that's what we're proudest of in terms of our work together. The meetings should be made meaningful, that they should be responsive to what stakeholders are concerned about, and that stakeholders should be able to participate in those meetings openly, and that we embrace diversity as a goal, and that the diversity is broad and nuanced, that in some areas it's about class, about economic status, in other areas it's about issues of inclusivity in terms of ethnicity or sexual orientation, that in other neighborhoods it's about homeowners versus renters, but that our goal was to have the full diversity of the city reflected in our work. Our work is on our website, and it's ncrcla.org. And we want to say that because we've decided to invest a little bit of the extra money we had, which I want to say that again, that we did come in under budget, to maintain our website for the next 7 years. We believe that the research that we did, the surveys that we collected, are important historical documents that need to be available not only within the city but throughout the country as they work on more systems of democracy that include, that increase participation. And so all of that will be on our website. Transcripts of our meetings, all of our documents will be there for 7 years so that folks can continue to learn and work with them. I want to, again, just thank all of you for your appointments. You made very good choices. Some of your commissioners drove me crazy, and I would just like to say that means that they were doing their job. I really appreciate the quality of the commissioners that came to work with us, the level of dedication, just their constancy. And I do want to thank President Garcetti for having appointed me, even though he knows I danced a little before I decided to take it on. And it has been a wonderful learning experience. And it does, as I said to my commissioners on our last meeting, it has increased my love for the city, which I didn't think was really possible since I love living in LA. So with that, we're open to some, I'm going to turn it over to Rafe, and he's going to take you through the document just so that you know where things are, which is part of what Councilmember Zine was alluding to. It's a lot of pages. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Sunichek.
And let me thank you again, Altagracia Perez, for your great work and the work of the vice chairs and the entire commission. It's a lot to take up quickly, but I really do commend it to Angelenos to get a copy of this or to read it online. And we have 5 council members who are waiting, so how long do you think this part will be?
Very quick.
Okay.
President Garcetti, I'll be very fast. I just wanted to quickly show you what the documents are and what's in them. This will be really quick, and then we'll be ready to answer questions. The report that is also projected up on the screen is pretty simply structured, and it begins with an executive summary on page 6. So, Melina, if you can go to those pages. 6 and 7 are an executive summary, has all the important findings, all the most important recommendations, and the list of culture changes. Then you will find all the recommendations are put in one place, all 73 from pages 8 to 15. And then we begin a section which is an introduction about the Commission. From there on, the report is divided into 4 broad areas, nicely color-coded. The first one is vision and values, and as our chair pointed out, the Commission spent a lot of time coming up with the vision that appears on page 23, and that was a consensus about what should guide the Commission's work. Then we go to powers and roles, and each section now has a set of findings, and then it has some charts that are selections from the research that the Commission utilized, and then those recommendations that are relevant to that section appear there. And I'm going quickly through governance in the neighborhood council system, which is in green, has the same, and then outreach and participation. So these are selected charts and tables and findings, but in each case, it's a way of allowing you to look for the recommendations all in one place and then to look at them where they are related to the findings that were behind them. In a few areas, the commissioners wrote in italics on some of the most controversial recommendations, a quick discussion of the why and the wherefore and how public input was received and how it was utilized. we then go to the last section, which we consider extremely important, even though it's not one of these down-to-earth what-to-do things. Chapter 6, 8 culture changes that could really make a difference. And if you read the report, it goes really visionary at the beginning, visionary at the end, and then a lot of detail in the middle. So the 2 pieces of rye bread for the sandwich are the visionary pieces. And we hope that when a new commission comes back in 7 years, they won't just look at the detailed recommendations, but ask to what extent those culture changes have been carried out. The attachments are quite important for you to look at another time. Beginning on page 60, is a draft sunshine ordinance that was led by Commissioner Jeff Jacobberger to put together. I think it's a remarkable piece of work, and he got a lot of input from city officials on this as well to put this together. Then there was a report that was done at the request of the Commission by Frank Martinez, the city clerk, about the city clerk and running city elections, and a single page also at our request that simply indicates what some of the costs would be. That came from the office of the city clerk. And then for those of you who want to go on and do PhD work, we've included a 3-page further readings annotated to show you some of the research that the Commission relied upon. All of the documents of the Commission are going to continue on the website. The report will be posted hopefully by this evening if it's not already up there. And just to take another minute to show you what the other 3 documents are, 2 of them are surveys. The first one by SSRC at Cal State Fullerton is a survey of current and former neighborhood council board members. 836 responded to this, and to our knowledge, it's the first time we've been able to compare current and former members. And one of the most promising things we heard is that uniformly, current members were more optimistic about the system than former members. The people who really had to go through a lot of the pain and suffering of starting the system were the former ones. It would be nice to bring them back in. Just because I always assume that students don't want to read the whole book, there's a 4 or 5 page summary of the entire report that is inserted in there, and you can do well on the test even if you just read that particular item. We are most excited about the second survey. As good as the first one was, and as hard as it was to do, the second one is a citywide survey of people only asking about neighborhood councils. And as you'll see from the other little insert in here, the sample is an almost perfect representation of the whole city. We reached non-English speaking people, we reached working class people, we reached people all around the city who normally don't get heard from, and they had a lot to say about neighborhood councils, including what would make them likely to join and participate in neighborhood councils. I would consider this the first true marketing survey for neighborhood councils, and we have only begun to mine what is in this survey, and I would recommend considering further ones down the road. The last report, done by Catherine Padilla and Associates, based on the extraordinary workshops she organized for us that were interactive, where people came and could sit around a table with commissioners and be heard, generated a tremendous amount of information, much of which found its way back into the deliberations of the commission, which took a month off to do this without deliberating, so that when we came back we would be doing that. It's a very good report, has a lot of detailed comments. I would just like to thank my staff and just quickly tell you who they are. Dick Dickinson, some of you may know, worked at the CAO's office for about 30 years. Most of you know Dick Dickinson. Melina Abdullah, who's a professor at Cal State LA. Adam Sonnenschein, the last name it's just a coincidence. Who is a graduate of the UCLA Public Policy School in the master's program, Stephanie Zong and Jason Greenwald, and Stephanie took responsibility for laying out the report, which was a colossal effort in putting that together, and I had a wonderful group of people working with me and very proud of them. So I think that's where I'll stop.
Thank you. And we, the Commission, is very grateful for the staff, because there is no way that this work could have been done without their research and their expertise. Questions?
Our first speaker is the chair of our Education Neighborhoods Committee, Mr. Alarcon. After that will be Mr. Zine, Ms. Gruhl, Ms. Perry, Mr. Rosendahl, and Ms. Hahn. Mr. Alarcon.
Members, as you can see, much work has been taken up by this commission and has resulted in a very extensive report. And I think they will be the first to admit that they have no perfect solution, but they have many opportunities to improve the democratic process that we have created in our neighborhood council system. As chair of the Education and Neighborhood Council Committee, I commit to exploring each and every detail of the report and coming back with a recommendation for action that is based on this report so that we can calm the waters, if to some extent, of those people in the neighborhood council system who do not feel that we are paying it sufficient respect and giving them the consideration they deserve on each and every matter. Some of the items will be controversial. Let's not dodge the bullet there. But democracy is controversial, and democracy is hard work. It is our responsibility to ensure that we are up to the task to stand up to the criticism and critique that may come from each and every proposal that may be controversial. Much of the document is not controversial. Much of it is merely management. I was quoted in the paper recently as saying that we need to reduce the confusion about the difference between democracy and bureaucracy. Some people think that expressing their democracy is fighting to increase the bureaucracy, and other people feel quite the reverse. In the case of neighborhood councils, I think the Commission report has really honed in on the notion of creating a bureaucracy that really enhances the opportunities to develop the democracy that was intended in the first place. This is, again, an experiment, and we are a long way from perfection. In fact, it should never be perfect, as no democracy is, because democracies are dynamic. Things change, and if they are responsive democracies, they change with those changes. That is what we are trying to do here, and I think this Commission has done an outstanding job. And as we move this matter to the Education and Neighborhood Council Committee, we should give it that same respect, recognizing the time and energy that they put into it. Finally, just let me say that while you can raise questions here in response to their verbal report, know that in committee I ask for your personal participation, particularly when items that are of concern to you are before the committee. And if you want to sit in, certainly we are entitled to do that on anybody's committee, but I am asking you to do it here. The more people that... We can start in reverse order, it doesn't matter. But no, I encourage everybody to weigh in as these matters will be discussed so that we can get your perspective and ensure that when it does come to the council, it comes with your input at the appropriate time. With that, I look forward to the work ahead. I hope to do it expeditiously, much faster than it took to prepare the report, but that's the way things are with reports. And we'll bring it back to council hopefully this year so that we can make the changes for next year.
Thank you, Councilmember.
So next speaker is Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alarcon, the reason I said that is I'm going to be on that committee is October, and I think our wisdom of our council president, I guess you were shocked when I said that, our wisdom of the council president, well, yeah, protest that one. Since I was one of the founders, along with Councilmember Hahn, some insight into that. So one thing you said that I saw Councilmember Hahn's anger experiment. It's a continuing work in progress. They hate that word experiment. The experiment is like, we've been there, so we're striving for perfection. They don't like the experiment term. Anyway, the what? He's a history teacher. Okay. I want to thank all the commissioners that are here. I know it's late in the day. The work you put in, I know from my experience as a charter commissioner, it's a job you wonder, does anybody care? It's thankless. If you're lucky, you get a cookie and a soda, if you're lucky. Most of the time you go without, unless you find a catering truck nearby. So Councilmember Hahn and I know what you went through because we were there. Jackie, you know too. You've been there too. Just a couple questions noted, if you can respond. The first one is on item number 17 on land use. One of the problems that I have seen is that a developer, and in my district, all developers know go to neighborhood council before they come knocking on my door. There are certain neighborhood councils, they get the information, they don't respond. They just sit on it, and they don't acknowledge one way or another. or they schedule it so far down the road that the frustration develop with the developers. Is that covered at all? And I haven't read the detailed report, but is there time frames if they present it and they don't respond? Are there time frames that say, okay, you're acknowledging by no response? Can you respond to that, please?
Yeah. Commissioner Lyon?
It is. What we've asked is that every neighborhood council adopt a formal process for handling land use applications, and that it remain consistent across the board.
No, we have that in place. The problem is they don't adhere to that policy. Not all of them, but some of them.
In fact, we don't have a requirement for consistent policies. So where we found that it was working the best were neighborhood councils who had a formal document that they handed to developers at the beginning of the process that said, this is how it's going to work, and these are the steps. And by and large, developers seem to be happy with that. Other neighborhood councils have more of a loose idea of, well, you'll come to committee maybe, or twice or 3 times. And we ask that that be formalized and that Dunn be in charge of making sure that that happens, that every neighborhood council has a document on file.
So there'll be a structure in place, and there'll be a time frame. If you don't respond, then it's going to be approved. Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you. And the next one I have, just hold my time. I only have a couple more questions on here. Number 42, which I know has been a lingering situation in some of the neighborhood council elections, stakeholder definition. The definition of work. We know obviously if you live there, if you own property, but the question of work, I know that there have been some neighborhood council elections where people have been bussed in to vote on the neighborhood council election, and the question is, well, they work there, but are they working there temporarily? For example, the newspaper carrier delivers the paper versus someone who's actually working in a cleaner or working in a store, a shopkeeper, a construction worker, those kind of areas. So is there a definition of when we describe work, what that means, or could it mean anything? And I only bring this up because of what I consider the abuse when workers are bussed in to stack an election, which I know we've seen happen a couple times.
I think we chose to go with the broad definition of work, and you'll see that because of the new definition, the way it's set up, whether you work like in an actual building in your neighborhood, you might want to be involved in it because you declare that you have a stake in the neighborhood. So for example, there are people that do volunteer work in a community, and they're very invested in that community, and they're never home because that's where they work and that's where they do volunteer work or whatever. So we wanted to make sure that those folks were welcome to participate. What we tried to do about the issue of people busing people in and seeking to influence the system in a way that's unfair to the people that are doing all the work on a regular basis is to really encourage neighborhood councils to clarify that in the voting process. Because ultimately, everybody should be able to walk in and say, hey, this is going on in this neighborhood. This is what I think about it. Let's talk about that. That should be an open door. But then when it comes to actually serving in a function of responsibility, which is on a board election, then we made those recommendations more specific in the hopes that if these best practices were followed, then those kinds of takeovers would not happen. And that was how we separated those two issues, because the primary concern about the takeover issue had to do with elections, not with all the other work of neighborhood councils. Right. And it didn't seem to us, in keeping with the spirit of the system, to block the door. The door is open. Then how we work when we get in, we play different roles depending on our level of involvement. And we were clear that people who live in the neighborhood have the greatest stake because they're the ones that deal with whatever repercussions happen, but that they were there to work with everyone else. So that's how we handled that. I hope that's... Anybody else wanted to add anything to that? Or
Jackie, you look puzzled. Jackie DuPont Walker looks puzzled.
No, I agree with her entirely, and I think that we talked about the kind of person who has simply made a purchase at a store, but there's also the issue of the homeless person who has a stake and what happens if they show. The one thing we're clear about is that we don't have an overwhelming situation where there are more people participating than we need. And so we need to keep the doors open as possible.
Well, I want to keep the doors open, but at the same time, when you live in the neighborhood and there's a project that someone wants to move forward on and the community is opposing it, and then the election comes up, and then all these folks come and run for office, and they get the votes, and they take over and they support it, I mean, it's counter what we're trying to do by having people who are really participants. And I know that it's a difficult matter, but I know there's been some abuses.
Yes.
Where people have been brought in specifically to vote for certain people because there was a goal and objective which really taints the system. That's why I illustrated it. When we came up with this charter, we thought neighborhoods would get together, they had the block parties, they'd all get it, they do it in the rightful manner, and then obviously some problems occurred along the way. I just want to make sure that we have that shored up so we don't have that huge, it's basically big development projects where the developers want to pursue and they don't really care about the impact on the neighborhood.
And generally, that's a reaction to something that has already occurred. And a part of our recommendation was also that around land use issues, to be very clear education, because often there's a lot of unclarity amongst the people who voted on it that's caused the reaction that leads to the kind of takeover.
Exactly.
I think we also found that the problem was less with the definition itself than with the structure of the board in particular, where voters were coming in and voting for every seat was at large, for example, so that any individual stakeholder could have a hand in throwing the whole board. So one of the things we recommended is that you change your board structure and your voting rules so that no stakeholder is electing the whole board. And that really, we believe, will take care of the problem. In addition, neighborhood councils are still empowered to create their own voting rules. So, for example, every stakeholder has to have a seat that they can vote for, but there might be a temporary worker seat, so that's only one seat out of the entire board, and that's a legitimate rule you could create. So I think we've built in safeguards.
And just one final, the number 44, I understand that in my district there's going to be a test case where we have all the neighborhood councils on a specific election day. Hopefully we'll get more participation, and if that works, we plan to do that citywide, to have an election day with somewhere in those regions?
Depending on the final plan, which is going to have to be worked out, it would either be in region or the whole city, but there would be a large group of people, various neighborhoods, all voting on the same day, so that it would allow for that kind of outreach, where everybody knows for this whole weekend or whatever, but for this day in this region, elections will happen, and we can advertise it to the whole region.
Okay, good. I want to acknowledge all of you, Mr.
Zahn,
for your work, hard work. I just want to say congratulations.
No, go ahead. But your time's up after that.
Congratulations on the hard work. It's much appreciated by many of us and the community members who will benefit. Again, thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zahn. That is absolutely okay. Take a few seconds always to thank our great commissioners. Next we have Ms. Gruhl and then Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Alacon, for letting us know that we're going to have a chance to talk about this again and hope to attend that meeting. I first want to say thank you very much, and thank you to all of these commissioners. They worked very hard. And I also want to acknowledge Ms. Hahn's staff, because Eric sent her, I think, was there at every single meeting.
Almost. Only Sharon Brewer beat him on every single meeting.
Oh, there she is. She's still here. But I know that I saw him at several I was at, but I think that I've enjoyed the opportunity to speak to many of you and give you some of my feedback as we were going through. But this has been an incredible exercise, maybe that's not the right word, but an opportunity, because as you mentioned, everyone said they won't all attend, they won't be there. The first meeting, I think all 29 of them were there, and subsequently the involvement was incredible, and the willingness to take input, and the willingness to take on some very, very difficult issues that sometimes it's difficult even within this council chambers to have the discussion about those, and you did a tremendous job, and so I want to thank you because this document puts us, I think, ahead leaps and bounds in some of the recommendations. And also, when I was reading this last night again, parts of it, and looked at that 47% number as to how many people were aware. That is a huge accomplishment for us and the Neighborhood Council movement, and I think it's critically important. I want to ask a few questions, and maybe some of them are for you to think about and answer in Mr. Alacon's committee, but I did highlight a few. And one of them, and this is just a question, and I think we're going to ask Jacob Blader, which is on the ordinances, to come back and kind of explain that 90 days, how does that work with ordinances which are not Rule 23 or not Rule 16? How will that logistically work in the city? And I think the transparency and the participation is critical, so I support that. I just want to look at the practicality of that and how we get people involved. And the other aspect of this, we have those community impact statements. very few neighborhood councils use that vehicle, and I don't know why, and maybe you all have some good reasons why that they don't, but an education process, I think, is critically important. There was an item in here that talked about, I know my time's going to go so quickly here, I may press my button again, but one was on the elections, which I think are critically important. We had instances, and again, I don't think people were doing this in a way in which they meant to offend people, but because the definition was so broad, and it wasn't clear, and there was not given clear direction by Dunn and to the neighborhood councils, individuals who came to vote in a particular election who were of a particular nationality were questioned, and they were told before they came they were going to be questioned. And so whether or not they were really a stakeholder or not, it kind of took me back to days where we were challenging people based on the color of their skin, which is not what are their nationality, and we need to change that. And part of that is saying, what are the rules about a stakeholder being in that area, and I think that is critically important. One last thing, since I'm 37 seconds over, and I will maybe push my button again and come to the committee meeting, is on the issue of land use and training, and I talked about this at the Alliance a few weeks ago, and I give kudos to our Sunland Tujunga Neighborhood Council, which is actually mentioned in some of your recommendations. They had a turning point in which they recognized that they needed the city to educate them about the process of how to address issues. The same restrictions we face, whether it be planning or city attorney or whatever it may be, and we challenge them sometimes too, those departments, but at least the parameters in which we operate, and that the credibility of a neighborhood council is directly correlated to their having the same knowledge base. And I mentioned a couple Saturdays ago that maybe, it be required of the chair of the land use, or there be some way in which we ensure that they get the same kind of information or training that is critically important. And so I think that, for me, that is something that I'd like to see. And with that, since I'm almost 2 minutes over, but I have highlighted, and I just, many items that I'll probably come to Mr. Alacone's committee to discuss, but this is a document that gives us, I think, a roadmap to what we want to see and to make the neighborhood councils the best that they can be, because it's a wonderful addition to the city about transparency and community involvement. We just need to get more community involved as well, which I know is part of this, which is outreach to diverse communities who don't know about the neighborhood councils, maybe can't make those meetings, but their input is vital. Thank you for your patience with me, Mr. Garcetti.
Ms. Perry is our next speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you to all of the commissioners who are here today, and to Rafe as well. And I also want to thank some of the folks who have an involvement in the area that I represent, because I know that they brought a measure of awareness and sensitivity and engagement that people who live further away may not have been aware of some of the issues that we face on a daily basis. And Ms. DuPont Walker, and of course Reverend Perez, and Dora Leon Gallo, and Julian Rogers, and Sandra Bryant, who's not here, and also Guy Lemer. I wanted to thank Guy and to thank them publicly. And I know that you had some very challenging conversations, because I think that the neighborhood council experience hasn't worked uniformly throughout the city, and I know I've shared with a number of you my frustration and where I perceive to be the failure of it in my district, and for years working with the department to try to get them to address it, and still in some cases not making very much progress. So I just want to make 2 points for now. The issue of maintaining the Brown Act, or the question of maintaining the Brown Act. I think a process is one that protects us from ourselves. And I think it's a very dangerous thing to engage in revising it or changing it or adapting it to your situation only because you're handling public money. Whenever you're handling money, money without full transparency and full disclosure, whether it's $10 or $1 million, it's still public money. And as such, I would say that the Brown Act is a tried and true and well-tested piece of legislation that has functioned very well, not only in our arena, but throughout the state of California. It's a good template to follow, and I would recommend that you leave it as it is, because, again, it protects us from ourselves. On the issue of financial disclosure, which kind of wraps into the Brown Act, I think financial disclosure is a good thing, again, because it causes people to put things down out there on the table, and if somebody's got another agenda, when they're caused to put something on paper, that can either flush somebody out who basically may have another purpose, and then thus could bring down the whole structure of the neighborhood council system. Basically, one bad apple can spoil it for everybody. And I mean, as recently as just last week, I was at a park meeting where we had a guy who's been head of his neighborhood council in my district sitting on $150,000 and hasn't spent a dime, and often moves the meetings around without giving proper notice to the members, and sometimes even has them in his house. He's been reported time and time again, and yet he's still at it. So these are the kinds of things that we face in my district. I'm going to continue to document that as I get complaints or firsthand experience. But I think that Brown Act is a good thing, should be upheld, protected, and that people should be able to put their information in writing on the record.
Thank you, Councilmember Perry. And actually, we look forward to your review of the Sunshine Act that we've presented, because transparency and accountability are the primary focus of it. It was only in the logistics of how you do reporting and stuff, making that more possible for neighborhood councils. And I guess I want to turn it over to Commissioner Lyon, who worked on this, just to clarify that a little bit.
When Commissioner Jacoberger started the work of drafting the proposed Sunshine Law, the first thing he did was look to see if there was another state law that seemed like it would be more appropriate to neighborhood councils or more applicable. And indeed, the model for our proposed Sunshine Law is the School Site Council Law, which sets up how school site councils have to function in openness and with notification. It maintains all the substantive provisions of the Brown Act and adds a bonus that the Brown Act doesn't have, which is that it is actually enforceable. Because the problem that we came up against more often than not with the Brown Act is, particularly at the neighborhood council level, there was really nothing to be done. The district attorney wouldn't be interested in taking it on as a criminal case. So it has added a grievance component so you can actually rectify violations of the law. So we look forward to hearing your comments.
Ms. Perry,
Just one quick question, and I'll make it very fast. School Site Council, do they handle money? Do they handle public money?
I believe they do.
Problems at schools is there's no one to do after a certain, they don't, because I know personally from this, there's no accountability. They do handle money, and even friends groups handle money, so it should be looked at carefully. I think there should be a small...
Yeah, but you know how you generally know, is it $50,000 on an annual basis, or is it like that?
Sometimes, some schools it's 50 or 100.
Maybe the CLA can bring us that information.
Sometimes it's 50
I'll
or 100.
ask the CLA, I'll make a public request to the CLA to bring us that comparative information so that we can take a look at it.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. I want to thank Councilmember Rosendahl for allowing me to speak. This is a city of over 3 million people, and we're trying to orchestrate a method by which we can sharpen our representation given all the diversity. So I want to thank the members who were able to participate knowing all the other demands you have on your time. Thank Ms. Montes, Evelyn, for all your hard work. But what gnaws at me is this notion of luxury, the luxury of time. And when I say that, and I know the commissioners work hard, and this is not about color of people or ethnicity, but when you look at how neighborhoods respond, they identify with certain traditions and customs and ethnicities and language. And I look at the makeup of the commissioners, and yes, there's great diversity. When you look at the percentage populations in the city, there's still an imbalance. And so that to me speaks to the notion of how do we incentivize people to come when you don't have child care, you don't have senior care. These are working families, those who don't speak English. And how is it relevant to them when all they're trying to do is survive? So that, to me, is something that I'm wrestling with. I've read the report. There's great recommendations. But I'd like to echo Councilmember Perry's words in that how do we protect ourselves from ourselves? And I've had experiences in certain neighborhood councils where I have community members saying the leadership of that particular or a person on that particular council who sets the agenda has a history of X, Y, Z, and it's not always the best, especially when it comes to the issue of confidence and relationships with gangs, et cetera, et cetera. So that to me is something that we need to mature into. But I really believe, I mean, I sit on the Community Economic Development Committee, National League of Cities, and next to me is I'll have a mayor who oversees a city of 180,000, a councilman who has a district of 20,000, of 40,000. When we share stories, we're not much different. But the volume and the impacts and the pressures of our city are tremendous. So somehow we need to fit into this process as we go through those hearings of how do we create access points for people so they can have that time allotted to contribute. And how we create those incentives and how we grapple with this notion of luxury of time that for a good majority of us doesn't exist. But thank you so much for your hard work.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Rosendahl is our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, everybody. First, I want to thank Paul Resnick, Tom Fonten, and Linda Lux, who have all three been very active in the 11th District and involved in this. Tom was my representative, Paul was the West LA guy, and Linda Lux is on the overall commission now and is also a Venice resident. And to you, the Reverend Altagracia Perez, you used to be on my God Squad show. Little did I know you'd be doing this too, which is wonderful.
We'd meet again.
To see how you bring life together and how I bring life together. And of course, we've got to thank you, Ralph, Mr. Shorenstein, for your leadership and support. Saying all of that, my basic questions still haven't been answered. I went to all of your workshops in my district, and the first is the definition of a stakeholder. I know you weaseled around it and played it, and everybody got confused, but it's an important issue to me. I don't believe a construction worker in Playa Vista should be dragged into a meeting and take over that council, which had happened in the past. Not now. The present group that won that beat it in spite of the fact that in were bust construction workers, okay? I don't like the fact that just now the Venice election had a person running for president and vice president with no contests, okay? So there isn't that outreach really happening. There were times when we had more people participating, now we're getting less. So the definition of a stakeholder, in my opinion, needs more work. I personally believe it should be people who live in that geography and that they are aware of everything, not somebody that owns land there or is a construction worker or something that isn't relevant to the neighborhood, to the traffic, to the homelessness, to all the issues that we in community face. I also think the bigger issue for me is renters. It's morphed homeowners associations. Who are we kidding? 70, 80, 90% are homeowners. Now, I'm a homeowner, and we get involved because that's our nature to be involved in our neighborhood. We set up neighborhood watches, and we do all that. But to morph them into the neighborhood council has just made more powerful homeowners groups, and yet renters, which need to have an outreach to, we need an effective outreach, should be as viable a player as a person who owns a house. That has not happened. So it is what it is. I also happen to believe, frankly, and I have 8 neighborhood councils. I go to all of them, and I listen to them. As an elected official, it is another grassroots opportunity for me to learn about things and to get insight into things. So I applaud that. I think the land use committees have great value to us because these folks understand their neighborhood character and scale besides whatever the specific plans are. The fact that I'm the elected is my sacred trust to the people to make the ultimate decisions, but I listen to any group that is a grassroots organization, a Chamber of Commerce, a homeowners group, a neighborhood council, a church group, all of the other groups, but I think we should respect that. I also, in my last gesture, when it was Janice Hahn and I on the committee, supported Ms. Hahn on opening up council files. What that did give was an opportunity for neighborhood councils to really participate in the political process. We can open a file and we can close a file. But just the opportunity to open a file, which means we're giving you real respect. We're not just playing with you and using you on the edges of life. I'm sorry to see that that was not one of your strong recommendations, that there should be neighborhood council. But I'd like to understand. All right, let me ask you 3 questions. Definition of stakeholders, opening up council files, and renters.
Okay, so we did do the council file. It's there, nice and clear.
Explain what it is, by the way.
Oh.
Because it is an important new
Okay,
day.
well, let me do the other one, then I'll switch to you. Okay. In terms of renters, we thought that it was of significant concern that we actually included it in our goals for diversity. So as opposed to maintaining the usual list of historically disadvantaged communities, we added renters as part of the diversity that we wanted to see, homeowners, renters, and we didn't even give them a slash, we put an and. Because we wanted to be clear that these were bodies that had different concerns and different issues. In terms of the neighborhood, the stakeholder definition, we didn't warble, we just disagree. There are people that share your concern, that it should be people who live there. But what I would say is the very same argument that you made for why it is that we wanted to not make them glorified homeowner associations is the same, it is that same principle. It's that there are other varieties of organizations at the neighborhood level that have specific constituencies that work on these same issues of quality of life, but that the neighborhood council should be the most inclusive of all of them. So there will be renters associations, there will be community-based agencies, there will be homeowner associations. Neighborhood councils is bigger than all of that. And the only challenge that we see, which is not insignificant, is that neighborhood councils, having been invited, asked, encouraged, pushed to come up with models that they felt comfortable with, are now going to feel uncomfortable with the recommendation of the commission that it is the composition of the board that will facilitate or not facilitate a takeover. And so folks who are very wedded to a at-large board hate our definition of stakeholder. Other groups who have done either regional or representative, or they have like 2 positions that are community at large, where it's not the folks that have the most, they found a way to balance the power and input and yet have everybody be involved. So we have heard it many times before, and we have revisited it many times, and in the end, the decision was to err this way and to find other ways to make sure that neighborhood councils are not abused by people who want to claim power over the neighborhood. I'll turn it over for the council file to my vice chair.
We divided up the sections of the report, so this is roles and responsibilities was my area. So the council asked us to take a look at a proposal that came before you last year to allow the clerk to assign a council file number to any proposal that was put forward by a certain number of neighborhood councils. And I believe you directed it back to committee then, and the committees asked us to take it up. And so in looking at it, we tried to look at the competing concerns. There was a lot of interest on the neighborhood council side. I think something like 60 neighborhood councils had supported it. On the other side, there was the concern of whether it was going to create a glut of work at the city council. And as with most of our recommendations, we tried to err on the side of openness, but informed openness. So we spoke to the clerk. The clerk didn't feel that it was going to create a glut of work and felt that there were procedural safeguards in place that would protect against that happening. And then in addition to that, we added a provision that it should be a pilot project. It should go for 2 years and see. Was it effective? Did anyone use it? Were the ideas smart and useful to the council? So that after 2 years you could really look and see if it worked. But basically the proposal is that any proposal that is adopted by 3 or more neighborhood councils would be submitted to the clerk. And the clerk would assign a file number in accordance with your procedures, and then that would go to the council president for forwarding to committee. And then, like as with any other council file, the committee chair would have the discretion whether and when to take it up, or whether to take it up at all.
Very good. Appreciate that. And the 4 documents and all that, what was the total cost of the 912 Commission and all of its deliberations?
Staff?
The budget for the commission was $500,000, and we're happy to say that we will be returning funds to the city after the completion of our
Very
work.
good. Appreciate that. And my next question is, all of the good ideas in here and recommendations, what's the price tag on all of that add up to?
And that's going to have to be the last question, and I'll ask you to press your button again on that one. Go ahead.
That's a different question, right? Okay.
Go ahead. No, you can answer
I
that.
did answer the first question. Was the right question. Okay.
Do you have the answer to the second?
The second question, we have the beginning of an answer, but we have, I'll tell you why we have to step back from filling out the whole answer. We think there's really two cost items. One is for the city clerk to run elections. It's not part of our report, but it's added to our report, an estimate from the city clerk of the positions, and it appears near the end of the report. There is also an amount which will likely be in Dunn's budget for the additional outreach that we've called for. Dunn is in the process of evaluating the recommendations, and it would be part of their budget request, but we felt it was important to let that process go forward without our doing that. There's a second area where there's possibly budget money from within the system moving around, which is that the Commission has recommended that unspent neighborhood council funds after 3 years that would otherwise revert to the general fund would actually flow into a citywide outreach fund that would reach out to groups like renters and others that would be administered by Dunn. So some of that outreach burden would actually flow from within the system.
What's the price tag, you say, for the
dollar
election stuff?
That other question.
For the elections, it's not an estimate of ours, but an estimate that you see appearing as an attachment is for, I really hate to speak on behalf of the city clerk.
We'll get that estimate from the city clerk.
Yeah, but it's included here, but it's not from us, so I don't want to.
No problem. We'll hold you to that. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Cardenas. Don't mind us.
Can you guys answer the question in a couple minutes? Or?
Do you know, Mr. Cardenas? I mean, sorry, Mr. Martinez. Do you know the answer to how much it would cost?
I'd rather.
We'll bring the city clerk forward, and then Mr. Cardenas.
Okay. Thank you very much. Well, the city clerk is doing that. Thank you, Janice. You're wonderful for letting me go ahead of you. She was next on the queue. But I just wanted to make a clarification as Ms. Perry asked the question about the school site councils. I was actually elected to a school site council at my children's elementary school, so I attended the meetings. And the fact of the matter is, on those school site councils, you have administrators, which are mandatory participation. That it include administrators, that it include teachers, educators, it includes staff at the school. It includes community members such as parents of children going to the school, which I was one of them in that case. And the difference between them and the neighborhood councils is that they would actually set policy for the school. Some of their actions were advisory and discussion purposes and advisory what they might want to do as a school, but many of their actions, such as budgeting for the school, etc., was in fact the vote of that particular campus. So I think it's a bit different in the sense that they had direct authority, whereas the neighborhood councils are an advisory group in the city structure. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hahn is next.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, I said it once, but again, thank you so much for your hard work. It really was gratifying to know that we had yet a whole nother army of volunteers who would give up their time to take a good hard look at the neighborhood council effort. It is not an experiment, in my personal opinion. Experiment always, to me, leaves open the question of success or failure. And I think there is no failure. I don't think we are ever going to go back in the city of Los Angeles to the way we used to do things. I think neighborhood councils will always be here, will always be around. And for me, now going forward, it's only a matter of improving them, of tweaking certain things, of getting them to be more empowered. I will say that I agree with your definition of the stakeholder. I disagree with my good colleague, Councilmember Rosendahl. When we were on the Charter Reform Commission many years ago, our sense was it really was about inclusiveness, and that our idea was when there was issues in a neighborhood, the neighborhood council would be able to, solve them, because the people on the neighborhood council would be those who maybe were teaching school there, maybe they were the principal of school, they owned a business there, and say after school there were kids who would leave school and do graffiti on the shop owner's building. Those are the kind of things that were going to be able to be solved in a neighborhood council forum, because you had so many different people who had different stakes in a community solving the problem. So I was pleased to see you coming up with a definition that was more inclusive. Tell me, maybe speak to, this was your words, not mine, that you want to get neighborhood councils to move away from seeing themselves as mini city councils and changing their focus to involving more people in their decisions, the idea of kind of the town hall caucus kind of a forum, as opposed to maybe just the voting by the elected board members. Can you speak to that briefly? Hold my time.
Yes. In our discussions and our deliberations, we were clear that there is a part of the function of the neighborhood council that is representative. They do get elected, and they do manage a budget that is from the city, and they are responsible both to the city and to the stakeholders, very much in the way that it's done in any representative democracy. What we did want to encourage, though, and highlight was that it's the participatory nature of the neighborhood councils that gives them incredible power, and that in some ways, I appreciate that some people, and you'll excuse me for maybe being too blunt, which I appreciate, I'm known for, there are ways in which city council members are limited. Things that you cannot do, visions and dreams that you walk into your office with that in the end don't end up materializing. For neighborhood councils, that's a little bit different, because they're not purely representative, they are participatory. And if they can organize enough of the neighborhood, it'd be hard to stop them because of the power that they have to organize, to create consensus, and to bring legislation, policy decisions, and concerns to those of you who are making decisions. So it wasn't, we did this for a while. We decided it's not really either or. We are responsible, folks on neighborhood councils are responsible to be representative and not to be just about their own thing. But that the participatory nature of the system is what makes it dynamic and exciting. And it's not an experiment. It's not only not an experiment because it's a part of government that's appropriate and that is working in Los Angeles and needs to finish growing up to work better, but also kind of, to represent the people that I represent. There have been all kinds of community-based agencies in the city of Los Angeles that have done similar work with, again, their own limitations based on their function in the system. But it is not the first time that we try to organize. In the city of LA, it's not the first time that the citizenry is being organized to speak to city government. The difference is that this time city government knows that it needs it to run well and has made it a part of it, and therefore makes it much more inclusive and much broader than things that that other CBOs or folks could do on the local level. But for us, it was really to make a balance and to be clear that it is a little bit of both, and that is its strength.
Anyone else want to answer? Let me just ask you to comment just again on the council file. I think that's probably going to be one of the more controversial recommendations that comes.
Not if you just adopt our recommendation.
I know, really. I'm there. I want to adopt all of your recommendations. I certainly was one of those that believed in it. I believed it helped to empower neighborhood councils to feel like they are part of the process. Just recently, Eric Sanjuro, who was at every meeting and who would call me or text me late at night when he was leaving your meetings to let me know what had happened. So I was being kept appraised of everything going on. He said that there was some of the major, I see my time expired, some of the major chambers of commerce have already voiced their opinion in opposition to the idea of council file. I find that fascinating that chambers of commerce would already be weighing in on their opposition to this. It makes me feel like chambers of commerce don't feel like they are a part of a neighborhood council. If they felt a part of a neighborhood council, it would be their ideas and their suggestions on things that the city council should take up in the interest of business or in the interest of doing business in the city of Los Angeles. So I found that it was almost a sense that it was chambers of commerce versus neighborhood councils. Comment on that perception that I'm feeling.
You want to say something about it?
I see him over.
And that'll be your last question.
Fine.
I think we got, from the Chambers of Commerce, we had several letters from around the city expressing concern about that recommendation and about land use appeals. And indeed, as you'll see in your report on land use appeals, we really couldn't find consensus even on the committee. On the commission, there were too many opinions.
But the council files, you had a unanimous...
But on council files, it was a unanimous vote. Everyone supported it because, look, we started with the charter, which was the beginning place for all of our deliberations. And the charter says that neighborhood councils are supposed to have an advisory role on issues of concern to the community. And looking at the system now, it's only set up to take advice on issues that are already being discussed by the city, and not perhaps other issues that have never been brought to the table but are of legitimate concern to communities. So we tried to create a mechanism without stepping on your toes that lets those get on the floor. And its main function, I think, I'm surprised by all by the concern about it, because I think its main function is transparency. Just to say there's a public record that lives in the Council File Index online, if you want to search for it, that this idea was brought up. But it doesn't move into the role of legislating, because all it does is ask the clerk to assign a number to it, and then you guys decide what to do with it. So I think it's basically a benign recommendation to say, we think this is a good idea. And we tried to set in safeguards that a lot of people thought it was a good idea before it gets a number.
Of course, I will say that it was my idea to have implemented them so that we could have had a little bit of a pilot program so that your commission could have done just what you said. Look, are they frivolous? Are they good? Where are they going? What kinds of recommendations are we getting? I wanted us to actually implement a pilot program, which didn't happen. But anyway, thank you for your... I hear you.
Mr. Labonte.
Thank you very much. Thank all of you for your dedication, hard work to your city. It's a credit to think about the challenge that it is as far as neighborhood democracy and then being able to fight through and come through to this point. Just a question, because I've looked through the very extensive work. Is there any section, because I didn't see every page, that talks about what they may be doing in other cities in the United States or around the world? What section would that be?
It's a little bit throughout, because in all of our findings, you'll see various pieces of our research reflected, but on
page 28 is actually a edited down list of what we have from other cities. We actually have enough to cover several pages. And that chart, we can send you the additional material on other items. This was only what related to roles and powers, but we actually have this cutting through the entire thing.
You're a noted professor and a great third baseman. What is the, what would be, say we played ball together in the City Hall this year.
He was a very fine outfielder, as you know.
Thank you. What is the suggestion? Are we leading the way? Are we in the middle? Or we need to do drastic? And I think it's fair to ask that question.
It's a great question, and it goes back to the fact that of all these cities, Los Angeles has the biggest challenge and may end up as the model for everybody. You'll notice a number of these cities are relatively small. We don't have the demographics of the city here, but a number of these cities are very homogeneous and don't have the interesting discussion of diversity that we have in many ways. The larger cities, some of the larger ones, essentially have appointed members. New York City's, for example, are entirely appointed, so it really doesn't have many of the issues that we're using here. The fact of the matter is, I believe that in our talking to the other cities, they were saying, tell us what happens out there. We're finding that some of the most established cities, like Portland, for example, which has sort of set the standard for this, has had maybe a half dozen commissions trying to refocus their system. And when you read their reports, they're dealing with some of the same issues that the city is. Down the road, I believe this is a newer system than many of the others. It's a little bit, it's had more difficulty balancing the city government role and the community role than some of the other cities have had. And at the same time, it has much bigger ambitions. I think this is the most ambitious neighborhood council system in the country, which is, I think, a very exciting challenge.
I would just say that I'm proud of the neighborhood movement. I worked here 34 years and remember when neighborhood councils really started taking off, obviously, in this last few years, but even neighborhood associations and people organizing, the work of the police department and block clubs, all this is kind of focused. The work of the Friends of the Library, the park advisory boards, the school-based man, all this is taken together, and it's very difficult to ask people to do that. You know, Mr. Reyes brings up a great point when he spoke about the challenge of those who have a different position. in the community per se, and others who do have an opportunity of a luxury, I think, of time, I think is the expression that he spoke of. I think we can try to address that. I do know you can't always play forever, third base. And but I think the field should always be open for people to walk on and play.
Yeah.
And I don't think we should make it hard. And I almost think there should be no elections, but anybody wants to help out their neighborhood, come. And have a posted meeting that says, come, and we're going to do some things. And maybe the people who handle the allotment of grants, whether it's a grant from the city or some other agency, that there be an elected board that handles it, and there be some audit to make sure that there is no mistake, because people get very upset if there's a mistake about money in this issue here. And many of these great suggestions here, one said developing liaison by each city department, so that you have a number to call, and vice versa, so there's someone to call in a neighborhood that that there's almost a list that you can know. When there's an emergency response sometimes, situation, neighborhood council, there's CERT people, community emergency response people, who are totally different than you. And they, function, and what is everybody's role? But the greatest role is those great cinematographers in Hollywood who put their thumbs together and say, this is the picture that I want. And what I want neighborhood councils to do is tell me this is the picture they want of Los Angeles. This is what they want to see in their neighborhood. That they want to see streets clean, and they want to see parks in their neighborhood. And they want to do what Eric Garcetti has been successful in doing, is finding small parcels of land as little parks. And the great new park that the Gateway Park, the Welcome Park in San Pedro and throughout, that's the tip. Make it simple for people to join the team. Make it simple for people to contribute. And if someone has a real, tough time working with other people, do what George Harrison did that night. They had so much trouble when the Beatles were together. He went outside and he wrote a good song called Here Comes the Sun. It was after a frustrating night of music that the Beatles, that's from their biography on the Beatles. Enough said. I rest my case. Here comes the sun. No.
Thank you very much, Mr. Labange.
Thank you,
and
Mr.
to
Do you understand what I was
close,
saying?
thank you, Mr. Labange. Thank you very much. Ms. Hahn, to close. Thank you.
Well, I just see our wonderful city clerk, who doubles as a marriage performer.
Can I just give him a hand, because he's a great guy, our city clerk. Thanks, Frank.
Performed a very good wedding ceremony the other night for our council member Richard Alarcon. I wanted you to talk briefly about the recommendations, which I was very pleased to see, since it was one of the things that I suggested, was that the city clerk's office take over the neighborhood council election process. One of the things in the you can't talk to Frank. You can't talk to him. I want him to have this, pure response. One of the things in the Neighborhood and Education Committee was a number of issues about neighborhood council elections. We heard probably the majority of the things that we heard were in frustration about elections. We heard that from the department, we heard that from the commission, we heard that from people involved in neighborhood councils. The elections caused a lot of consternation. That's where a lot of the grievances and the irritation came from. I think it was a lot of the reason sometimes people left the service of neighborhood councils. So can you talk about the idea of a city clerk taking over the elections, particularly your comment that they should be in even years, and so they wouldn't coincide with municipal elections? So are we talking about next year, 2008, or 2010, when you would propose beginning those elections?
Dr. Sunshine wanted to say something before the city clerk.
Just 1 second before the city clerk, just to clarify something I said before. While the Commission doesn't set out budget numbers or budget recommendations, the Commission clearly stated in writing in its recommendations that the city clerk should get sufficient budget in order to carry out. This was not to be an unfunded mandate.
We all do things without proper resources.
And additionally for Dunn, to support the notion that as the analysis is done of the additional tasks put on Dunn, that the Commission would support full funding for them to do that. So just before the city clerk is out here, I just want to make sure that we clarify that the Commission did stand behind that. Now I'm done.
Yeah, basically, to kind of set this in context, we were actually approached by the Commission to take a look at how we could do the elections. It was not a proposal that, initiated with us, but they asked us to look at it. And we looked at the system, and I've personally been involved in adjudicating neighborhood council elections, so I had quite a bit of familiarity with it. Also chaired the election procedures working group, so I had quite a bit of familiarity with it. And basically, we came back with a proposal that said, when we're engaged in our own municipal elections, it's very difficult for us to concentrate on anything else. But if you were to go to an every other year election cycle, we believe that by establishing a unit that would focus on the planning and lead the effort, we could then bring to bear our entire election division resources to bear on the neighborhood council elections. And we could bring professional, objective election services to relieve the neighborhood councils of the amount of administrative work they're doing on elections. And remembering that elections are a tool to get you where you want to be. They shouldn't be the end in and of themselves. It's about getting people elected so they can then do the work. And if you're holding elections every year, that means you are planning, conducting, and recovering from an election all the time.
Right.
And so by doing it every other year, we felt that would be very helpful. Now, there's a trade-off with that, and that is the issue of the length of terms that you want to have and the potential for greater turnover on a particular election cycle. But if you move towards the idea that's been expressed here that it's not about just winning elections, it's about participating in the neighborhood council. Whether you're serving on the board that year or not is not the main goal. It's, you don't walk away just because you're not on the board that year. I think that the every other year elections can work. In terms of what we would also bring is the idea of standardization wherever possible, still honoring the unique structure of the neighborhood council. So if they had the number of board seats, the type of seats, the categories of stakeholders that vote on particular seats, we should be able to honor all of that. What we would like to bring is standardized signage, standardized ballots, standardized outreach, use the regional approach to leverage the publicity and so forth, and relieve them of that administrative burden. So that was our approach in putting forth this recommendation.
Good. Let me just ask, were any of your recommendations, will they require a charter change? And then sort of my final question is, what, if not a charter change, what would it take at this point to begin to implement what I consider to be the very fine, the very astute, the very conscientious recommendations of this very esteemed commission, 912 Commission?
Our recommendations fall into a variety of categories. A lot of them are administrative, as Councilmember Alarcon mentioned, where they go directly to Dunn, and it's about figuring out how to do this in another way based on what we're trying to achieve. We do definitely know that there will be ordinances that will be required based on the stuff that we've presented. We think we've stayed away from charter change, but we're waiting to hear from the City Attorney's Office. They're taking it now and going through the document, and they will be able to report to Councilmember Alarcon at his committee what, if any, charter changes are required. But we thought we steered clear. We're just waiting to have the professionals tell us what they think.
And then you also built in another review?
Yes, that's our last recommendation.
In 5 years?
7
years. 7 years. Okay, thank you. And again, thank you to all of you that worked really hard. I think you took a good hard look at this system and have presented, I think, some very thoughtful recommendations, which I think ultimately will garner more participation and more fruitful participation from people who, at the end of the day, whatever their stake is in their community, they want it to be better. And ultimately, that makes for a better city of Los Angeles. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Mr. Labange and Mr. Alarcon next.
My pass.
Mr. Alarcon.
Members, I think this is a good segue. I think it was Mr. Sonnenschein who pointed out to me that the number one preference of people to encourage their participation in the neighborhood council system was shorter meetings. And so hopefully this demonstration by the City Council is not replicated in the neighborhood council system. But again, we want to thank you for your detailed work. We are going to go through each and every issue in greater detail, notwithstanding the length of time it takes us to do that. And I promise to bring this report back to you with specific recommendations for action very shortly.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Alarcon, and we look forward to that. And for my part, I've said thank you enough times, but I've written down already 15 questions, so I'll make sure I show up in committee and start there instead of here. We do have 2 public speaker cards on this. Linda Lux, if you'd like to come forward first, and then Dan Weissman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Linda Lutz, President of the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners, also a member of the Venice Neighborhood Council, and with me is Daniel Gatica, another member of the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners, and we are here to applaud the great work of the Commission. We had an opportunity to present to the Commission, and also we responded with a detailed list of things that were of concern to us, and I'm happy to say that most of them were incorporated. For the most part, we agree with the recommendations, and we really applaud the work of the Commission, and we look forward to speaking with you as council members of BONC, to answer any questions you might have as relates to the issues of concern to us. I don't know if Commissioner Gatica? Anyway, congratulations, work well done, and we look forward to the results of the council in expeditiously coming to a conclusion and moving the whole neighborhood council system forward, which we all want. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam President. And Daniel Weissman is our last speaker. Is he still here? Looks like he is not, so we'll pass on that, and that will close. This is not requiring a vote. This is a note and file.
Mr. President, I believe the recommendation is to send this to the EN Committee.
Okay, without objection, we will send that to Education Neighborhood Committee, and thank you all very much. Let's give a round of applause to our commissioners and our executive director again. Ms. Perry, we have a Rule 23, and on the city... Mr. LaBonge?
Mark Siegel, who left earlier. I want to thank Mark Siegel.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge.
And just because they're going to ask me, the commissioners that weren't able to come here were unable to get out of professional commitments, so they just wanted to send their
Absolutely,
regrets.
and I'm glad that we entered their names in the record earlier, and we want to thank them as well. On the findings, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, Mr. President. Since the posting of today's agenda, the California Senate Natural Resources Water Committee consultant advised the city that it must be on the record by Thursday, September 27th, whether the city supports SB X21 regarding distribution of funds of voter-approved water bond acts. Due to the governor's calling of the legislature's extraordinary session and its compressed time frame, the city cannot utilize its standard method of conveying urgency positions via Administrative Code 2.19, subsection D. Council must first make findings pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2 before considering the substantive motion. Due to the fact that the resolution is due in Sacramento on Thursday, and in order to allow for possible public comment, I'm advising that this matter be continued without discussion to tomorrow's council meeting after voting on the findings.
Thank you. Anybody else on the findings? If not, let's go ahead and open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is before us. Ms. Perry?
For your consideration, Mr. President, the deadline for the city to be included in advocating on behalf of this bill is this Thursday, September the 27th. And as the city attorney pointed out, the sense of urgency is upon us. So I wanted to have an opportunity for us to vote on this today, and there will be an additional opportunity on Wednesday the 26th if there's a need for public comment so that we can still meet our deadline.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Perry. Nobody else wishes to be heard. Let's go ahead and... So that's to be continued then? Till Wednesday? Or till tomorrow? Okay. Without objection, we will continue that till tomorrow. Next item, please.
Item 47, call special by Councilmember Cardenas.
Mr. Cardenas, item 47.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief. I just wanted to take this opportunity to note that on the council agenda today is a donation of $10,000 from Cesar and Illusion Milan. They have a foundation, and they donated $10,000 to the East Valley Animal Care Center that we just opened just this last Saturday. It was a great grand opening, and it was icing on the cake for us to be able to present the big check to the East Valley Care Center. And I just wanted to thank, on behalf of the City of Los Angeles and our little furry creatures throughout Los Angeles, on behalf of all of us, thank you to Cesar and Ilusión Milan for your generous donation, your continued support, and education to all of us of how we should care for our animals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we very much enjoyed having him, both of them, in council just a couple months ago, and thank them for their generosity. With that, we'll open the roll and close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item 52, called special by Councilmember Zine, and there are cards in this.
Okay, we have one card, Phyllis Doherty. I know she was here earlier. Is she able to stay? I don't believe she's not, so we'll go ahead and close the public hearing on that. And Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Animal Services, come forward, please. This matter resulted May 29th. A large threatening dog ran loose onto a campus of elementary school, LA Unified School District, and repeated calls to Animal Services by school officials to the Department of Services. No assistance could be obtained, and the callers reported that after numerous attempts to reach the department over a period of more than an hour, they could only reach an automated voicemail system, and the concern is about public safety. I understand they receive approximately 700 calls a day, and what does Animal Services do to address situations like this and respond to those crises when a dog poses a threat to children or other individuals in the City of Los Angeles? If you could identify yourself and respond to what the department has in place and how they can make sure this situation doesn't occur again.
Thank you, Council members. I'm Linda Barth. I'm the Assistant General Manager for the Department of Animal Services, and I've asked somebody to pass out a little background sheet on the call center which the Department of Animal Services operates. Our call center, due to staffing and logistical problems, operators for the call center are only available Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 approximately, but there is, as the Council member alluded, an automated voice response system, IVR, which handles calls 24/7. And if there's no operator available, then shifts the calls automatically. People can choose which animal care center to select. I'd like to highlight just a couple things here. Again, this little sheet that's being distributed has some background and some information about the history of the call center and some issues. But specific to the issue that you were raising, there were two unusual problems that we were facing in the department in the spring of this year. One of them is directly related to the problem of that particular call. And what happened was that the new East Valley Animal Care Center was moved in on May 21st. And through some communications oversight, the telephone lines which accept the transfer of calls from the call center were never ordered. So for approximately 2 weeks, calls could not be automatically distributed from the call center or from that voice response system to a live person at the East Valley Center, which is where the officers would have been dispatched to that elementary school. So that was the technical glitch that specifically was the underlying problem of the particular incident we're talking about. However, there were also some supervisory and staffing issues that the department was dealing with at that time. A number of steps have been taken since then to prevent a recurrence of something quite that serious, because we agree that our responsibility is to respond, to be able to answer questions, to send officers when there's a public or an animal safety issue. It's one of our prime objectives. One of the things we've done, of course, is to close the communications loop so that as we move into the new animal care centers in West LA, in the Northeast San Fernando Valley, and the harbor area, that we do not have these phone connection transfer problems or delays, but that as soon as we move to the new location, all of the phone systems are fully working and all phones are there. We've also made some supervisory changes. There was an unfair labor practice filed, which we have since resolved. The people in the call center are now communications information representatives as opposed to clerk typists. We've hired some new staff for that position. We have new supervisors. We've also taken the call center and the integrated voice response system is monitored through a computer system provided by ITA, an application called Symposium. So we have started adding Symposium to the computers of several managers so that we can monitor the call center. And so then just to sort of short circuit to the very end, if you look at page 2 of the little handout we provided, it shows a chart there, and that you can see since the May 29th incident, looking at June, July, August, and now September up through yesterday's numbers. Again, this is pulled from the Symposium system application, that there has been now a steady increase again in the calls answered per hour per operator and a decrease in the call wait times. So we do feel that we have identified several, both sort of just a technical glitch, but long-term resolved it, as well as started cleaning up some supervisory and staffing issues, which sort of took a little bit longer to resolve, but that we are on the right track. Nevertheless, there will always be the situation that we're only available 40 hours a week for a live operator to take those calls at the call center. So other tracks that we're working on for some longer term changes would be to look at being able to extend the hours of the call center, perhaps move it to one of our animal care centers so that it's logistically the facilities are there for us to be able to staff more hours, and also look at a budget request to increase the number of communications information representatives. We are also working with ITA to see if we can integrate our call center fruitfully into the 311 operator and dispatch system. There are some challenges there because of our specialized database, Chameleon, where we keep track of all the information about all animals and cases. So there's some issues to work through, but we're kind of working on both those tracks right now. Longer term, we need to have live operators responding more hours than 40. And that is certainly something I think that we are working on, again, in several directions to try to resolve.
Well, thank you for that explanation. That basically means that 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, 8 hours of operator time, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. When someone calls 311, say a police officer finds cattle out in the middle of San Fernando Valley, and they call through police dispatch, how do they get animal services to respond? Or is there someone responding 24 hours a day?
Well, there are our animal care centers. There's a staff person, an officer that can respond 24/7. What happens is that during the Monday through Friday operating hours of our call center, the call should be, given the 311 operator, everybody's following the right protocols, we'll go to our call center. Our call center will try to get more information. We actually can dispatch officers from that call center. That's Monday through Friday. Those calls don't then have to go out to a care center, sort of a third step to be dispatched. However, if the call center and the dispatch function is not open, then what happens is that the call will get forwarded to the geographic center that would be closest to where the call came in. Then it goes directly to an officer who has to get a phone call at the shelter, get the information, and then dispatch an officer from the location. It's faster and more short technical glitches or staffing problems. The system is more responsive if we can have that centralized dispatch function, because then every call comes there. That person can look at the Chameleon database, know where officers are in the field, and actually select the officer that might be already closest in order to go respond to a call, especially a hurt or a dying animal, a menaced people, that kind of thing.
So your dispatch center takes calls from the public and then dispatches units?
That is correct, on the Monday through Friday.
Okay, then if it's weekends or after hours and someone calls 311 or you get a call from the police department, that call is then going to go to...
It depends on the nature of the call, but if it's an emergency call, it would go to the closest animal care center.
Now, does 311 have that information?
Yes.
The police department have that information?
Yes.
But the public doesn't have that information?
Generally not, although there are lots of ways of getting that information, including if somebody calls, for example, the call center, they can find out the sequence of numbers so that if they then call on Saturday night at 8 o'clock when they know it's not open, they can hit 1, hit 4, hit 1, and get right to their local animal care center, and that does happen.
So this particular situation occurred because of some technical difficulties with the phones
That is correct.
at the new facility.
So the handoff could not work between the dispatch center and the local shelter.
Okay, so we shouldn't have this problem occur in the future.
That is correct.
And I would just say that there's an article in today's Daily News from a former commissioner from Animal Services. I didn't read the whole article, but I'm sure it's not very complimentary. And I would just advise that we just approved a couple new positions for Animal Services. They need to focus on some of these critical issues that are for life and property and protection, before they get into training pit bulls to be more civil. I mean, my concern is to provide that basic service, which I think Animal Services has failed in that on a number of occasions. But you might want to read that article from a former commissioner from Animal Services in today's Daily News. Thank you all, Mr. President. That's all I have.
You sure?
We can receive and file.
You want to take a little bit more? A couple more minutes? No? All right, we got Mr. Labange then next.
Yeah, Mr. Zine, I know you want to receive and file, but you know what? I'd like you to continue this. Get someone from the 311 call center there, because have you ever called 311? Okay, all the time. You know, how many times do you go somewhere and there's not a through street? There's no answer to it. Do you always get an answer?
311.
By a service to the department. What happens if you call on this matter? Why can't we? How many operators do you have at the Department of Animal Services?
6 operators and an officer doing dispatch.
Six
so 7
operators.
people.
7 people. How many calls do you get a day?
Approximately 500, can go as high as 800.
500 calls a day to
Typically about 550.
What number do they call to get that?
That's the 888-452-7381
Well, this is what
number.
Ms. Gruhl did. She asked that we all call 311. I just think it's something we should look at to have it centralized in a point here, because everybody's got a different number, 888 something. Call 311.
Well, they do that, and then they transfer to them. Correct?
That is correct, and we are working with the 311 to see if we can integrate
How many
the
are
systems.
311 calls? How many are 88? Whatever the number is.
I don't know that we can tell which ones are
Well, they
handoff
can tell
from
anything.
311.
They can tell anything. It's your motion. I'm not going to say it, but I really think, and I think, Wendy, you had this motion a couple years ago to consolidate all the multiple numbers. Because you say one call to City Hall, 311, then it gets there, then you have a pool of people to be able to assist and direct.
The problem is they're only staffing it 5 days a week for 8 hours a day. After hours, there's no one there. That's the problem.
Well, I understand that, but you know, maybe there's a 311 operator there, so they take the call, and then they were able to call. Is there someone at a shelter 24 hours a day?
That's correct.
Okay, so why can't the 311 call operator take it? Why does it have to be Animal Services operators? Why don't we take their 6 operators and give them to 311 to give them better service?
Well, they dispatch units. That's the other
Well, then have a dispatcher in the, you know, I mean, it should be looked at, because I remember your motion, Wendy, because it talked about efficiency. So I just made a statement. We'll look at it again.
We agree completely, and we are working with them, because we agree we need to look at that and see if we can integrate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange.
Receive and file.
Receive and file, Mr. Zine. Okay. Without objection, we will receive and file that one.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next order of business, please.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Went by so quickly. They were posted and referred.
There are excuses on the desk. Councilmember Labange requests to be excused Tuesday, October 2nd for city business. A motion is required.
I will move Mr. Labange, and Mr. Zine seconds. Without objection, Mr. Labange will be excused.
Councilmember Parks requests to be excused to arrive at 11 a.m. on October 10th for city business that meets council policy.
Thank you, Mr. Parks, for meeting council policy. You're excused.
That clears the desk.
Now it's time for announcements. Any announcements, colleagues? I know that the Energy and Environment Committee, Ms. Perry, wanted everyone to know, which was to begin at 1:30, is underway. She went up there, so members of the committee go right away up to there. Mr. Parks?
Everyone to know that the Plum Committee will start at 2:20.
Okay. Plum Committee will begin at 2:20. Mr. Alarcon, do you have an announcement? No. Nothing? We have adjourning motions today? Anybody? Does anybody have adjourning motions? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk? Oh, you do have? No, I don't. Do you have an adjourning motion? Yeah. Okay. If not, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruel, Hahn, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Weston, Garcetti.
Thank you all. This meeting of the Los Angeles City Council is adjourned.